After an amazing 7 months, it's time to bring the 2025 National STOL season in for landing. After a season filled with stunning victories and crushing defeats, we've descended into Sulphur Springs, Texas to determine the next set of national champions. It's time for one last lap around the pattern and one last chance at glory. After Lone Star STOL yesterday, watch for especially close races in every single class. In the touring class, Rick Holman leads John Douglas and DJ Holman by just 5 points. Brad Crawford and Jerry Clemens also separated by just 5 points in the backcountry class. And in the sport class, Matt Dorson defends against a Hail Mary from Eddie Sanchez. Anything's possible today. They're all feeling the heat here in Texas. Pre-flight is complete. Let's get these birds airborne. National STOL's 2025 Series Championship starts now.
And good morning, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks. It is time to bring an epic season to an epic conclusion. My name's Ryan Dombrowski.
I'm Cam Walton.
And we are here to be with you through a dramatic and fun-filled day here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's time for the National Championships of National STOL. And boy, we got some fights on our hands today, Cam.
Yeah, we do.
We are in Sulphur Springs, Texas. Sulphur Springs Municipal Airport. It's the home of Legend aircraft. They build them just behind us. And we are going to have a legendary day. So if you're following along on your sectionals, check out SLR, Sierra Lima Romeo. That's where we are. You'll see us operating on runway 0119. A little cloudy today, Cam, but not too bad.
Yeah, just a little cool, a little cloudy. Don't mind it, though. At least it's not as windy as it was a couple of days ago.
I think the pilots wouldn't have minded that wind, though.
I mind it right now. It can start when the competition starts, but my bald head really needs some warmth.
Okay. So we're operating, you see right there, that grass strip between the runway and the taxiway that's been built for us for the championships. We had Lone Star STOL yesterday for one last chance at points for all the competitors. And today we're going to be operating again on this beautiful runway here between that hard surface 0119 and the taxiway. A couple other things we want to talk about, folks. Very excited. Look at those birds on the attacking the drone. Sorry, very distracted by that. Look at this huge crowd, too, here in Sulphur Springs. We got airplanes there. We got vendors and food vendors and shops. You can get a pair of Flying Eyes glasses. You can get some coffee back there. You can get something laser etched. It's going to be really cool. So they got that all going on. We're going to take a quick break over now. Check out what's going on in the pits. You can see him right there. Wes Campbell's with us over in the aircraft pits.
Good morning, Sulphur Springs. How are y'all doing today? Come on, y'all can do better than that. Show what Texas is all about. Are y'all ready for today? There we go. All right, we got John Douglas here. He's going to be our first pilot out for the competition. John, it is the national finals. Are you ready to take a win home?
I'm ready. I don't know if I'm going to take a win, but I'm ready. We're going to kick the tires and light the fires and give it our best. I'm just happy to be here, and it's going to be an exciting time.
Awesome. Thank you, John. Go get that plane warmed up, and back to you, Ryan and Cam.
Dude, kick the tires, light the fires.
Absolutely.
That's very a fighter pilot of him.
Oh, yes.
A couple things I want to share with folks while we get ready for today. Simulcast right now on Live Air Show TV. Thank you to them for letting us use their platform and partnering with us to help bring STOL to a broader audience, especially right now. A lot of air shows being canceled. We're still kicking the tires and lighting the fires over here. So that's really cool. So thanks to our friends at Live Air Show TV. Also want to say, kids in the audience right now, we got a special treat for you. If you want to be a STOL pilot today, go over to National STOL's merchandise tent. You can see it's the one that says National STOL on it. You can make a paper airplane, bring your best, most top secret design kids. You can participate in a paper airplane competition that'll take place today after the backcountry class.
Ooh, yes, that's going to be super exciting.
We've seen a lot of cool designs.
Yeah. This season has been a new addition. Well, it's been a new addition for this season, and every time we're getting surprised and wooed by all the types of little engineering that's happening with the paper airplane competition.
So you can show us what you got, kids. We want to see out there. Bring your little pilot over to the merch tent and build that paper airplane. Now, if you're new here, well, man, you sure picked one heck of an event to start the season at. It's going to be so dramatic today. You might be wondering, though, if you're new here, how this all works. Let's teach you right now. Aronson.
Takeoff and landing competitions are simple. We have the pilots here competing in separate classes to get the lowest score possible. As you see behind me, we have the start-finish line, so let's start with the takeoff.
This runway is marked with a start-finish line, and as a competitor parks their main gear on the line, they apply power and position their aircraft to get off the ground as soon as possible. Once their main gear leaves the ground, a line judge will mark their takeoff score using the measuring line along the side. This score will be added to the pilot's landing score on this heat. The landing is in two parts. It's either over the line and counted, or if the pilot's main gear touches down before the line, or even touches the line, this heat score is scratched and results on a landing disqualification, and the pilot will have to rely on another takeoff and landing score to get them on the podium. A quick look at our aircraft shows we have two types of landing gear, tricycle and tail draggers. On the tail dragger aircraft, the score is marked from the two main wheels toward the front of the airplane. And for tricycle landing gear, the score is marked by the two main gear in the rear of the aircraft. It's a fierce competition out here, but at the end of the day, it's all about building better and safer pilots in the skies.
It's a great day for STOL competitions. Let's get it started.
So that is how it works. We'll walk you through it again more and more if you're new here, but it is going to be an awesome day. We've got really tight races in all of the classes for season points. And so what you're going to see today is pilots compete. They can place first, second, or third, just like a normal competition in the finals. And then the national champions, all the points will be calculated and mathed together. The national champions will be crowned tonight. Very exciting. Before we get started, two little points of business. Want to make sure that the city of Sulphur Springs airport manager, Joey Baker specifically, you guys have been amazing. It's been one heck of a weekend. We've been flying airplanes all weekend here at Sulphur Springs Airport, and we really appreciate your outstanding support of both Lone Star STOL yesterday and the national championships today. That's a third straight year we've been back at Sulphur Springs, and we absolutely love it here. Folks, now, if you could please rise, if you're able, and remove your caps for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Let's hear it again for Colonel Matt Peterson. Absolute voice of an angel, that man. Woo. One of our competitors this season, and really appreciate him taking the time to give us that rendition of the national anthem. I hear some engines firing up now, Cam. We are getting ready for the first class, the touring class.
Yes, sir. We have race number 345, Derek Holman in the 91 Mall MX-7-180 from Pleasant Hill, Oregon. Then race number 307, John Douglas in the 1964 Cessna 182 from Pinedale, Wyoming. Race number 65, Jeff Abrams in a 65 Piper Cherokee from Ocala, Florida. And race number 45, Rick Holman flying the same mall as Derek, his son, also from Pleasant Hill, Oregon.
And this class, folks, is a really fun one. You've got kind of the certificated heavies. When we say certificated, that means that the airplane is certified by the FAA, part of a very complex process. There are other airplanes you're going to say today that were called experimental. Sometimes they're called home-built airplanes, but they're literally built in a hangar at home under a different rule set by the FAA. And what you'll see is that oftentimes the experimental airplanes, because there's more room in the rules, let's say, the performance difference is pretty dramatic. So we're going to start with the certificated big, heavy general aviation bush planes, and then we're going to switch gears over to the wilderness class, which is, Cam and I have been calling them the big experimental big boys.
Yeah.
Big, huge airplanes with a ton of horsepower, and it's going to be really fun to see. A couple of things you see happening right now out on the crowd. You see our line judges wearing those yellow shirts brought to us by ICOM Radios. Make sure everyone's high vis and seen on that line. That's a mix of pilots and volunteer judges. Look for the folks, though, in the blue vests. Those are our video judges.
Ooh.
And so the video judges are on the line to use like a cell phone camera, basically. We want to keep it tight and small out there. They're there to videotape each landing so that we can be really accurate. We had 2 different classes, first and second place yesterday, decided by 1 foot. Yeah. And so we want to be very accurate, but we also want to be mindful of safety, right? So those folks in the blue vests are our authorized video judges. And you'll notice there's a second person in the blue vest near them. That's their safety spotter. Since they're looking through a camera, right? They're not looking at where the airplane is, so they need to have a spotter to make sure that they know that they are safe on the line. So that's in addition to the normal judging that you see out there, and we're really excited to bring that new level of accuracy to National STOL. Let's get this party started, folks. Are you ready for the touring class?
Woo! I am.
All right, first up in front there, race number 307 from Pinedale, Wyoming. It's a 1964 Cessna 182 Golf model. Give it up for John Douglas.
Woo! John Douglas and his lovely wife, Angela, are from Pinedale, Wyoming, which is the home of Rocky Mountain STOL. They are both the hosts for Rocky Mountain STOL, and we love them to death, both of them.
Fantastic, folks. That airplane, by the way, weighs 1,650 pounds, right? We're talking about the certificated big boys. Next up, from Ocala, Florida, race number 65. It's a 1965 Piper Cherokee 180 called Piperzilla. Give it up for Jeff Abrams.
Jeff Abrams is a very accomplished airline transport rated pilot. He flies, or flew, for UPS, and you might see he's got a co-pilot sitting next to him. That is Otto the pilot from a very special airplane movie, if you know movies very well.
Next up, from Cresswell, Oregon. That's a flight to get here. Race number 345. It's a 1991 Mall MXT7. Let's hear it for DJ Holman.
DJ Holman is the son of Rick Holman, who also flies that lovely Mall. You also see that he has a co-pilot as well. Theodore the skeleton sitting in the right seat, giving him all the tricks and trades to beat his dad.
And then last but not least, from Manhattan, Kansas, one of those big, heavy, experimental big boys. Race number 603. It's a 2024 Backcountry Super Cup boss. Let's hear it for Jared Garrettson.
Jared Garrettson builds experimental bush planes in Kansas, and he's known for saying if he can fit in it, he'll fly it, and he'll fly it better than you can.
So what you see happening here, folks, between the touring and the wilderness class is we have a couple airplanes that are being shared by different pilots. And so you're going to see a pilot switch between the touring class and the wilderness class. Jared Garrettson is flying the Backcountry Super Cup boss demonstrator right now. In the next heat, you're going to see Brandon Korn fly that plane. DJ Holman and Rick Holman are also going to swap planes. Rick is DJ's dad. And so they've got to fight together a little bit there. Share the family airplane.
Yeah, so we just had our pilots doing their run-ups, making sure all their engines are in good working order at the correct power levels. And we've got a green flag, so John Douglas is going to taxi up to the line once he gets the okay from the air bosses, and Lexi Duncan, our head line judge out there. And then we'll get started for championships.
I am excited. We've got a hold for a transient aircraft leaving on runway 19 here. So once they depart, we will get right to the action. While that aircraft departs, again, a reminder, kids, head over to the National STOL tent to make your paper airplane for the paper airplane competition. What is that, a Piper?
Some type of Piper.
Some type of pipe.
It does have a, looks like it's got a clip wing. It's got those droopy tips too, just like John's.
Maybe a pacer, pacer or a clipper. All right, here we go.
Let's go.
We are underway. The National Championships 2025 and John Douglas wrenching that giant aircraft into the air.
Yeah, with no delay. I mean, he was spot on for his pull. He didn't pull too early. That plane was ready to fly when he was ready to fly.
Next up, Jeff Abrams in Piperzilla.
And he is on the go. We'll see him deploy flaps and pull that yoke back in the classic training aircraft, that Cherokee 180.
Yeah, that's an airplane that a lot of folks have grown up flying,
Yeah.
right?
Both of us.
We both did our initial pilot training in that. It's either that or a 172, it seems, and so that's a very common airplane to fly. It's cool to see it ratcheted up to the performance that it's being ratcheted up to today. Next up, DJ Holman in the Mall.
He said he was ready. Woo!
He's always wagging that tail at us.
Yeah.
And now over to the wilderness class, Jared Garrettson in the Backcountry Super Cup boss. Put it in perspective, Derek DJ Holman's airplane had 180 horsepower and weighed 1,490 pounds. This airplane has 330 horsepower and weighs 1,780 pounds empty. Full throttle, full beans. Getting the door shut. I think the door popped open there. He's like, I'm a little cold here in Texas. There we go. Let's get her ramped up again. Making all the coffee.
Yeah. Got his hand on the Johnson bar for the flap. Woo! And he's deployed
And that is
wow.
very short for an airplane that large. Let's pop over to the initial scores for the touring class. DJ Holman with us. That's an astonishing number, really. 125 feet on the takeoff. Jeff Abrams with 331. And John Douglas, who is on short final right now. You see him on the left there. Flaps down. Very stable approach. A little bit of headwind working for his advantage here. Right on the line. Lexi is not sure, so it's going to go over to a replay. Under review, we're watching this white line right here, frame by frame. Did he clear the line? If he does not clear the line, it looks like it touched right about there. So they're going to call that a scratch. That run does not count for John Douglas. So he had a 211-foot takeoff combined with a scratch. Not on the board right now.
And Jeff Abrams crossing the line, applying those brakes. You can see the nose strut compressing. And it looks like he got it stopped sub 200 feet. Got weird parallax happening right now, so I cannot really get you an accurate reading, but it looked good from here. Yeah, and you can see in the replay that he crossed the line. Looks good. No line violation after review.
So again, what we're trying to simulate here is a backcountry landing. Maybe you're landing on a sandbar. DJ Holman now holding it off. I'm not sure if it was good enough.
Oh, called scratch. Man, that was really close.
That was really close. The pressure is on right now for the pilots, right?
Yeah, it's championships. This is the last hoorah for the season.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
You can see the dust kicked up as he landed before the line. So now, very, very interesting, right? We have two pilots in the touring class not yet on the board. And if you look to the left, just absolutely hanging it on the prop. Look at that thing. They call it the Boss for the reason. It's got big old slats on the front of the wing, tons of flaps, just shoveling the air out of the way, holding it off on the power alone. Tail looks like it might touch. That's fine. Holding it off. He's going to kill the throttle. Nice one. That is an opening salvo from Garrettson for the rest of the Wilderness class that'll be competing with him in just a few moments.
All right, while we're getting everyone set back up for the line for their next run, we're going to take it to the pits with Wes Campbell.
What is up? We got John McCardle here right now. He's going to be in the Bearhawk up next in the Wilderness class. It's going to be the big boys, the big planes, the big heavies are coming. John, it is the finals. Are you excited? Are you ready to win this?
Pretty excited, not feeling very optimistic after watching Jared's landing right there, though. We'll see what we can do.
Awesome. John, I know you got to go take your shirt off for this, so go do your thing.
A little cold out here today. I don't know about that.
All right, back to you, Kevin Ryan.
I don't know. It's a little cold to be taking your shirt off. Maybe it's got good cabin heat in that airplane. In the touring class right now, by the way, for the season points after yesterday's Lone Star STOL competition, Rick Holman, who you're going to see fly in the next heat, leading with 113 points. John Douglas just a few points behind him at 109, and Derek DJ Holman behind him only by 1 point with 108. Points are doubled here in the national championships. John Douglas just wrenching it off again. He's got really clean takeoffs, just need to get over the line on the next landing. So in the touring class, let's be real, it's kind of anybody's game to win, right? They're all so tight already, and then we've got double points applied because it's the national championship. So that one is going to be a fun one to watch. In the wilderness class, Jared Garrettson with a more solid lead, 141 season points. Brandon Corner, you're going to see fly the same plane with 112. John McCardle, who you just heard with Wes Campbell, 66 season points. Man, poetry, though. You can tell that he's got a lot of time flying airliners. Is he in there going V1 rotate? Probably, right? Probably is.
Either him or Otto, the pilot, is.
Here's DJ Holman at the line now. So Jeff Abrams, the only one currently on the board. We typically see much shorter performance out of the Holman clan. Okay. Yeah. Now, he did settle. The question is, did he settle back down onto the runway? From the announcer's booth, it's hard for us to tell.
Yeah, there's a little lip over here with the taxiway, but I could see the tires the whole time, and it did not look like he settled
So let's
back
watch
down.
here on the replay. Settling back down. Yeah, he held it off like 6 inches off the ground. Yeah. Well done, DJ. Jared Garrettson. Getting ready to spool this baby up. Woo. Felt like he pulled a little earlier than the plane was ready to fly there, but still a very clean departure.
Yeah, just a little bit ago, Pat McIntyre came into the booth and he's like, you know, when Jared's taking off, we might as well not say anything. We can't
hear you. Yeah. So here's what's insane. I can't remember the last time. Maybe this happened yesterday, and I just don't remember because this weekend's been a blur. But Jared Garrettson has 65-foot takeoff, so we're already sub 100 feet takeoffs at the first heat of the day. 91-foot landing for a combined total of 156. And now you understand why John McCart's going like, I'm already feeling it. Here's John Douglas now, coming in hot.
Just getting those, stomping on those brakes. Waving them off with that number in just a moment.
So he should be on the board now.
Oh, yeah. That was a 210-foot takeoff paired with a 249-foot landing for John Douglas. Combined total of 459. Next up, Jeff Abrams in the Cherokee 180 named Piperzilla.
So 84 feet now separating John from Jeff. Woo. Jeff just gave up about 50 feet.
Yep.
Touchdown beyond the line about 50 feet. So again, what we're doing right here is pretend this is a sandbar we're landing on. You want to land as close to the edge as you can without landing before it. That's what those scratches are. That cancels out the run. But you also need to make sure you don't go off the other end, right? So that's what we're seeing here. So when we say someone gave up 50 feet, that's 50 feet beyond the line. It's 50 score points, basically, of disadvantage for Jeff Abrams in that moment.
Right, you can take that number and subtract 50 from it and see what the possibilities would have been.
And honestly, he would have been neck and neck on landing with John Douglas had he landed right at the line. Now, here's DJ Holman. Well executed, DJ Holman.
Yeah. Lots of downward momentum on that run. As we see on the replay.
Whoa, just kind of fucking Bronco there. Keeping that yoke full back, right? Trying to keep all the pressure off the nose wheel he can. While Jared settles in down in the ground effect there, I've got a few seconds to let you know about one of our sponsors, Red Tag Art. They are here this weekend. They're making our custom trophies for the annual award winners. I haven't even seen them.
Yeah,
They're
no, we
top
haven't
secret.
seen them.
We haven't, even the announcers, we have not seen them. They're based on last year's. These are going to be really cool. So they make art out of red-tagged aircraft parts, things that can't be used anymore.
Right.
You should check them out, our friends at Red Tag Art. Now, here comes Jared Garrettson, again with the super high alpha approach. How does he see out of it? I don't know. Ooh. Yeah. Look at that one. Another volley by Jared Garrettson.
Yeah, let's look at this replay. Just, so close to the line.
Look at that. Did it touch, though? Even one blade of grass touched. That is going to be a close call for race control. You can see they were looking at this little spot right there.
Right, you can see that blade of grass
And
showing.
look at this. After review called scratch for Jared Garrettson. That is a tough call. That is a tough call. And looking at the scores cam, that's an even tougher call because it was not his shortest landing or takeoff. So it's actually not going to be, he's still okay.
Yeah.
He's still got the first one to keep him in the lead, well positioned for the wilderness class.
You can see him on the taxiway waving at you.
Yeah.
Bringing that tail up, doing a little showboating, some hot boy stuff.
What a competitor. This airplane, not actually the heaviest, by the way. You're going to see even heavier airplanes, particularly one that we call the sonic weapon. Get your earplugs ready. That's going to be in the next heat.
As we look into the cockpit with John Douglas.
John Douglas currently in second place heading into the final lap. Another really clean departure. Look at how consistent these takeoffs have been. 211, 210. What's the next one going to come in as?
Yeah.
I'm guessing probably right around there.
209, I'm guessing. 207.
207. John Douglas has that 182 dialed in.
Yeah.
Jeff Abrams at the line in Piperzilla, currently holding third place with a combined score of 543. Barreling down the runway in the mighty Cherokee. Off before the little, yesterday during Lone Star Stoll, we called that taxiway there a little ski ramp. There's a little jump if the airplanes are going a little bit further. We saw it in the rookie class a little bit. Like planes barrel down there, they're not quite ready to fly, and they go whoop right into the air like a Harrier jump jet.
Yeah, off a British carrier.
DJ Holman's currently holding first. And honestly, in the national championships, I feel like Rick or DJ, not quite ready to fly. He went for it, and it was not ready to fly. He's going to pay for that in score, right?
Right.
It's going to be longer than he wants it to be.
I mean, the wind is not really doing a darn thing. We've had like a little gentle breeze, and it's dropped the bottom out, so.
We had some at the first runs. We had a little bit of wind down the pipe.
Mm-hmm.
Jared Garrettson. And he's trying to best that number as well. You can see him pull a little aggressively. His shortest takeoff was that first one with 61 feet. I don't believe this one's going to be anywhere near that.
You can see in the replay him putting in that work with the flaps and in the throttle and everything. Pulling the stick back. It's okay if the tail drags. What we're looking for are the main landing gear, the biggest tires on most of the airplanes, to leave the ground. And that point where they left is where it gets measured from.
So 138-foot takeoff for Jerry Garrettson. So that's going to basically mean his first run is going to be his best to hold off the second heat. Here comes John Douglas now on your left. Settled in. Well short of the line for John Douglas.
Dang, and that was his shortest takeoff that it would have been paired with.
So just one on the board for John Douglas. Let's see, we got I don't know if it's a twin or just something very well lit. Oh, that's Jeff Abrams.
Yeah, we hadn't seen his lights.
Like, he's got all the lights on there. I was like, wow, what is that? That's like, looks like an airliner coming in. Oh, it's just Jeff Abrams. Piperzilla.
Nice descent rate. He's going to make it over the line, no problem.
Again, in that like 50-foot range for touchdown. I would love to see Jeff. He's so precise. Even just moving it backwards 25 feet.
Oh, yeah.
I think he could do that.
As he taxis off the runway, we have DJ Holman.
DJ Holman currently in first place in the touring class with a combined score of 303. Jeff Abrams in third with 543. John Douglas 459. Holding it off.
Yep.
Too short for DJ. I think the wind shift is part of what happened there, right? We had wind at the front of the heat, and now we don't. So that will be another scratch on the board, this time for DJ Holman. And that leaves us with the boss lumbering in there on base leg. Turning base to final right now. In terms of the rain that's starting to come in a little bit, weather forecasters telling us right now that it should be about 15 minutes, and then it should clear up after that. So we will be continuing as long as we have safe visibility.
Yeah, from that angle, he looks like he's crabbed in, kind of looking like he's pointed towards the camera.
Look at all these flaps. Yeah. It's all flap. That's so much extra drag and lift coming from that wing. Never mind the slats on the front. Power, 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 power. There we go.
Yeah.
Good. Woo-hoo.
Lexi says she does not know.
So we'll have to go to review for that one. Man, that kid knows how to fly a plane, and he's a full-grown adult, but he's a lot younger than I am. Okay, look at this tail drag coming over the line. Oh, I think right here.
Yeah.
Touching the line right there. Definitely down the next frame.
Yeah, it's really weird. I mean, there's a dip. Like, there's elevation to this runway, so it's kind of hard. I mean, like, we're looking at blades of grass against his tire, but the deformation wasn't really there.
Well, they called it a scratch, so that's okay for Jerry Garrettson, though, because he's got some pretty strong numbers as he heads into the pits for the Wilderness class. We're going to see a pilot switch right now. Jerry Garrettson's going to switch with Brandon Korn. DJ Holman's going to switch with his dad, Rick. While they do that, we want to thank a couple other people in the audience that helped make this possible. Sarasota Avionics has made Garmin prizes for all of our annual award winners tonight. We've been hearing about it all season, and now we finally get to see what they bring home from our friends at Sarasota Avionics. Legendary Aviation Coffee Company and Flying Eyes also have gifts for our annual award winners, our champions, again tonight. First place in each class is also going to get a helmet shell from Lyft. So there's some real loot
Yeah.
There's some real loot for them. You should visit our friends at Legendary Aviation Coffee Company and Flying Eyes. I think they're right behind us almost.
Right
here.
behind us. Yeah, go see Brad Davis at the Flying Eyes booth. We're both wearing our Flying Eyes.
They're over there somewhere. But yeah, like check it out. We got the frames. Do we wear the same frames?
I have the Otis frames. I
don't.
You have the Luzons.
I have so we're not twinsies, but they are great. And then I don't need them right now, but you can.
I have magnetic
sunglasses as well. Do you have those in your pocket?
Yeah,
we got to demonstrate that for the folks at home. So check that out. Again, Legendary Aviation Coffee Company keeping us hydrated.
Cool
and
kid.
Flying Eyes keeping us looking super cool.
Stock, cool kid.
Yeah.
Stock, cool
modified. Certificated. Experimental.
Oh, no,
it was not that
That's
smooth.
how experimental works.
It was not
Stuff
that smooth.
falls off.
Yeah, stuff falls off sometimes. So, okay. So we are gearing up for the Wilderness class in just a second. And while the pilots get reset, remember that there was one final set of points awarded to folks yesterday in the Lone Star competition, and now the points that they earned for the national championship today they are doubled. So first place, instead of 25 points, gets 50 season points. Second place, the same thing, doubled all the way down. And that means that there's a lot of math going on. You know, we fought in the sport class. You're going to see later today. Eddie Sanchez has to win. Matt Dorsum needs to be a certain distance below him, and Eddie needs to get most consistent, things like that. Let's head over to the lineup now for the heavy experimental big boys, the Wilderness class.
Race number 603, Jared Garrettson in the 2024 Backcountry Boss from Wamego, Kansas. Race number 10, John McCardle in the 2025 Bearhawk 5 from Omaha, Nebraska. Race number 260, Luke Strandland in the 09 Murphy Super Rebel from Mora, Minnesota. And race number 30, Brendan Korn in the 2024 Backcountry Boss from Hearne, Texas.
I liked that vocal fry you added for Backcountry Boss.
Yeah, that's the Blue Angels boss call. Boss.
It would be. I wouldn't mind a little. Maybe someone call the Blues.
Yeah.
You do a little flyby.
Little flyby.
Yeah. Anyone got them on speed dial? They could be here soon, except for the shutdown.
Yeah.
Now here's the thing. While we're talking about that, just real quick, I want to give a heartfelt thanks to all our friends in air traffic control, right? We've got folks all over the industry that work for National STOL and volunteer for National STOL, and many of them are either former controllers or maybe even current controllers, depending where we're at. And those controllers right now are working without pay to keep us all safe in the sky. And from all of us at National STOL, we just want to say we appreciate you, we see you, and we value you. If you at home or here in the crowd are wondering how you can help your local air traffic controllers, you can actually just shoot us an email.
Yeah.
info@nationalstol.com. That's info@nationalstol.com. Just email us. We will tell you how to get in touch with your local air traffic controllers. Maybe it's a meal to provide for them, or just something to help ease some of the stress they're undergoing right now. While our planes line up here for the Wilderness class, kids, don't forget, paper airplane competition coming up soon after the Backcountry class. You got a couple classes to go, so come make those paper airplanes now so you can compete against all your friends. I think there's prizes, too, for the kids.
Yeah, they get prizes, get some medallions.
Prizes, prizes, prizes. Up front now in the Wilderness class, race 260 from Mora, Minnesota, the 2009 Murphy Super Rebel. Let's hear it for Luke Strandland.
Luke Strandland has been working on this Murphy Super Rebel for years, and we finally get to see it roar to life with the twin turbos on that engine that we're going to hear that we affectionately call the Sonic Weapon.
I'm not sure Luke likes that name for
Probably
the plane,
not.
but folks, like straight talk. We joke around a lot here in the announcer's booth, but like you might want to plug your ears for this one when he powers it up. It is something else. Next up, back in the touring class from Cresswell, Oregon, race number 45, that 1991 Mall MXT7, this time piloted by Rick Holman.
Rick Holman is the newly crowned Lone Star STOL champion.
That's right.
Yeah, beat his son. Beat a whole bunch of folks. But right now he's flying the Mall that his son just flew, DJ. And you'll see Theodore also in the cockpit with him, giving him tricks and trades and secrets.
Spooky, scary skeletons. Very appropriate for yesterday's competition. Here we go from Omaha, Nebraska, race number 10, 2025. Fresh off the line, so to speak, hand-built, custom by this man, John McCardle.
John McCardle is a prior football player, was on scholarship at Kansas State, and then played professional football in Germany.
And I'm just checking here as we look in the cockpit. It is too cold even for John McCardle to go shirtless in the cockpit.
Yeah.
So
he's one of the Nebraska clan, and it gets cold up there too.
from Gauss, Texas, race number 30 at 2024 Backcountry Super Cup boss. Let's hear it for Brandon Korn.
Brandon Korn is flying the Backcountry boss that Jared Garrettson flew. They were trading off, and we'll see which one is going to be crowned victorious, either between them or for the class.
So you've got a couple former national champions in the crowd here, like John McCardle, Brandon Korn, both taking home the title. And I think for the pilots right now, as they taxi out in the rain here, probably a little bit of jealousy that Jared Garrettson got to go the first time without the rain. Saw the visibility up on the screen there. That's what our air bosses are keeping track of, is do we have safe visibility to continue? There's the sonic weapon. And that airplane, like I said, plug those ears when it takes off, because, it makes me feel weird.
Yeah.
Like my body feels strange. I feel like goosebumps and like things inside of me are vibrating, like in my chest. Like, I don't know if that's right. Here's Rick Holman in the mall. Remember, he's back in the touring class, competing against John, Jeff, and Derek, his son. Not quite ready to fly when he pulled it off there. Notice the windsock, folks, a little bit of a crosswind, if anything. Right now, the feather flags, which are a little more sensitive, telling a tale of basically winds calm.
Yeah.
This might be the first is this the first competition of the year we've had rain during the competition?
I feel like it is.
We've had it previous years.
We did have rain at Rocky Mountain, but I don't remember if it was during.
John McCardle dropping those flaps, popping up into the air. So those flaps, we've talked about it a lot. You'll see it on the takeoff. Brandon Korn's probably going to do the same thing. The flaps, right, they add drag, but they also add lift. And if you kind of force them down on the takeoff roll, you can actually get a little burst of lift to push the airplane up into the air. And since we just need to get off the ground, it makes all the difference in a backcountry takeoff. Brandon Korn now in the boss, waiting for the air bosses to release him.
Flaps down, stick back, flaps up.
Textbook.
Yeah. Yeah, so get this rain out here. When they come back around, the grass is going to be wet, so that's going to affect some of these landing distances.
Yeah, we're going to see them slide a lot, I think. Maybe one person who can fight against that the most is this guy. Luke Strandlin coming in that Super Rebel because he has a reverse pitch propeller that can actually push the air forward off the nose of the plane to help him brake. But even he will probably slide some. Let's watch. Ooh, right on the line. There's the reverse pitch, and he needed every ounce of it. Under review now, and I believe that is a scratch. Looking at this right now, it looks like a touchdown right around here. We'll see what the judges say in race control, and they are calling it a scratch as well.
Some slipping action.
Yeah, Rick Holman cross-controlling the aircraft off in the distance there to settle down into ground effect where the air gives a little more cushion to the plane. A couple folks in the chat we should say hi to. Mustache Flyer, Justin Tisdale.
Yo, what's up, bro? Just checking in from China.
I'll be back soon. Rick Holman now over the line.
Ooh.
Yeah, sliding.
Yeah.
That's about, though, the same distance as he was getting yesterday, if I'm honest.
It really is.
It's kind of about the same place he was coming to a stop.
Cat Blue Flame in the chat talking about how F-35s also use the ski ramps.
John McCardle low and left now, coming in the Bearhawk 5.
Jay Urish in the chat as well, competitor from yesterday.
Ooh. Definitely saw that right main touchdown well before the line. You heard that burst of power, trying to keep it in the air, but it just was not enough.
You're talking about it raining during the competition. If this is the first one, I don't know if you remember. You remember the end of Rocky Mountain when that rainstorm blew us all over the place?
Oh, yeah, we had airplanes flopping around. That was very dramatic.
Yeah. We had your coffee like flew off the table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a fun time. Here's Brandon Korn now settling in. A couple other things that the rain is going to be doing to the pilots, right? Obviously, the grass is wet. Reduced braking action.
Yep.
There's also a reduction in visibility out of the cockpit. And when you fly like Brandon and Jerry Garrettson do in this plane, you could be reducing your visibility even more. And so we might see some slightly more conservative approaches just from a safety perspective, right? Yeah. You got the rain hitting that windscreen, getting blown by the prop. Whoa, we are hanging it out!
Oh, yeah!
Plopping it in! Brandon Korn! If nothing else, style points on that one by Brandon Korn. Whoa, look at that angle of attack on the replay. Angle of attack is literally the angle of the airplane versus the wind. And that was fully hung out to dry.
Yeah.
Touching down right about the 48-foot mark, and then just bucking Bronco the rest of the way.
You know, it's something because normally when we see them plop it in, we can see like the rotation point kind of like aft of the aircraft, not aft of the aircraft, but like around the tail wheel area. And in that one moment, you could see the tail wheel come down. There was really not a lot of rotation coming from it, so you know he was pretty high up there when he plopped it in like that.
Folks, if you're here in Sulphur Springs, a quick announcement. They're going to run one more Legend Aircraft factory tour on site today. So if you would like to meet at the hangar at 11:30 in just a few minutes, if you'd want to join for that Legend Aircraft tour, you can see where legends are made.
Ooh.
I think there's a song about that.
Yeah.
Okay, it's time for the next run of the Wilderness class. And right now, only Brandon Korn adding to the board with a combined score of 299. Remember, Jerry Garrettson's best was 156. Whoa! I think like continues to accelerate and accelerate. So just a quick recap. Brandon Korn now on the board. Still 143 feet away from Jared Garrettson.
Ooh.
That takeoff by Luke Strandland, pretty consistent. 141 was his first takeoff, 144 his second takeoff. Here is Rick Holman. And he was able to get the airplane off the ground. John McCardle. Powering it up.
Let's go.
That plane is powerful too. 400 horsepower at the front. 330 horsepower on this plane at the front. By the way, keeping tabs on the touring class, Rick Holman in second behind DJ Holman by 103 feet. The rain is definitely punishing him right now. Here is Brandon Korn over in the wilderness class. So, yeah, national championships with a little dose of rain. How you guys doing out there? Everyone staying dry?
No,
we are not staying dry. Well, thanks for hanging with us through the rain. It shouldn't last much longer.
We say that while we're sitting pretty underneath the tent.
We have electronics here, Cam. We have to protect. Luke Strandland coming in base to final right now. Still doing his classic Luke Strandland approach. He's going to be high and just do maybe a classic controlled descent. And look at how he holds the nose off. It stays very consistent.
Yeah.
Just letting it descend. A little bit of burble there.
Clinic and descent rate. Yeah.
Very consistent, but
oh no!
Consistently too short in that case.
Wow.
That is going to be another scratch for Luke Strandland. Yesterday, he had some issues getting over the line. He had, Dan Reynolds was calling it a hat trick, but it's a hat trick you don't want.
Right. Some slipping action from Rick Holman. Low and slow. Getting slower. You'll see that nose come up higher and higher as it gets closer to the line.
Ooh, right on the line. Let's go to the replay on that one. John McCardle coming in on the left. Coming in a little bit higher than we've seen Rick Holman do. I think just by a hair. Trying to hold it off here. Let's watch right by the line, frame by frame, and you can see the dirt right in that section.
Yeah.
So that will be a scratch for Rick Holman.
Yeah, good over the line. That rain affecting him on his braking power. And then off in the distance to your left, if you're in the crowd, the Backcountry boss.
So that airplane, we've talked about the flaps, these inboard controls right there. Those are the lift and drag things I keep talking about. The other thing that you see is on the front of the wing right here, you see him burbling in the inconsistent wind. Those are slats. And what they do is they allow the air to stay connected to the airplane better as the nose gets high like this. So as you get slower and slower, the slats direct the air over the top of the wing to help it stay in the air. Here we go. Ooh, close one. She says good on the line. Woo! Nice one, short and stopped for Brandon Korn. So right now, look at that. There was an air gap right there, touching down right here, well beyond the line. I should say well beyond the line. It's like a foot beyond the line.
Yeah.
Right now, I mean, I want to see what these scores were for Luke Strandland if you combine them, because he would be at 263 based on his last landing. And that would be pushing him out in front of John McArdle. Right now, Jared Garrettson holding his own in the dry with 156 combined. Brandon Korn in second with 225. John McArdle with 324, currently in third place. If Luke Strandland can get one down and solid and stopped, he could edge out John McArdle.
Yeah.
Kind of like no problems, right? But we're not. I also don't know if we're seeing the best out of John McArdle. He's former national champion.
Yep.
Kids, don't forget you've got one more class after this to go make your paper airplane for the paper airplane competition. Wonder how those airplanes will fly if they're wet.
Yeah.
And folks, don't forget to visit all the vendor booths, the food trucks. National STOL. Oh, okay. Luke Strandland with a little more aggression on that takeoff, getting that tail a little bit higher, trying to force it down a little bit harder. If you're cold, folks, go to the National STOL or Legend Aircraft tent. You can pick up a sweatshirt. Try not to be opportunistic, but if you need that, you can go there. JK Specialty Products is here in the main vendor area. They can laser etch some stuff for you. It's really super cool. And then, of course, our friends Flying Eyes, the Legendary Aviation Coffee Company there. If you need a little warm up, maybe you can go over there. Rick Holman.
Yeah, doing the Holman thing.
Right wing dropped down there, but he got it controlled with rudder.
Yeah.
And he's currently holding on to second place with his first run. That scratch may have cost him everything. Let's do some math here. If that last run had been good, he would be in first place in front of DJ. There goes John McArdle taking a bite out of crime like McGruff. So this is really interesting, right? Rick Holman, despite the rain, if he had not scratched on that second run, would be out in front of DJ by just a handful of feet. That last takeoff he had was solid. It was at 119.
Yeah.
1 foot shorter than DJ's best takeoff. Over in the wilderness class now, Brandon Korn working real hard to try to make up the gap between him and Jared Garrettson. We saw him improve by just short of 75 feet between his first and second run, but he's still 69 feet longer than Jared Garrettson. So 118-foot takeoff there. I mean, Jared's best was 65 feet. So what Brandon would have to do is go real short on the landing.
Going to be really hard with the slick grass out there.
He would have to land in 38 feet to get out in front of Jared Garrettson. And yes, on the wet grass.
That's a tall order.
Slippery, slidey order.
Ooh, good over the line.
So, and you heard, I mean, that is a big bummer for Luke. You heard him apply power twice after the airplane touched down. That was him trying to engage that reverse pitch propeller, and it was not engaging. And he's actually pushing himself further down the runway, and I can't believe what I'm seeing on the replay.
Oh, it's a scratch anyways.
Another scratch. Woof.
He's going to come back with a vengeance next
Oh,
season.
man, what are we going to see from Luke Strandland next year? This airplane has been upgraded over and over again, up to 600 horsepower now. It is an absolute beast. Rick Holman.
Was that burst of power?
Oh,
no, it's a scratch called by Lexi.
Another scratch. I want to see the replay on that one because it was definitely close, but that may seal the deal. Look at that left main tire right there. It's touching right there. That's not an arrow. Let me try. Well, you get the point. I didn't go to art school. I did go to art school. I didn't go to that kind of art school. Okay, John McArdle on the left in the wet. The soggiest national championship we've ever had.
Yeah.
Holding it off well. Nice. Put down before the 25-foot mark and just sliding on the grass.
Mm. Yeah, you can see that in the replay. Lexi's excitement over crossing the line for John McArdle.
The boss is prowling around the corner there while Brandon Korn brings it in. I want to take a minute to thank our friends over at Clemens Insurance, the most affordable and best insurance coverage available, maintaining the highest standard of excellence. You're actually going to see the Clemens family compete in just a little bit.
Yeah. Uncle and nephew, head to head.
Husky against Husky. Okay.
Arr.
Yeah, arr. Brandon Korn now. He's got to land in 30, I don't remember what the math was, 30-something feet to beat Jared Garrison. And based on the angle of attack, he is going to go for it.
He's going for it.
Holding it off.
Oh, no!
Too short for Brandon Korn as he slip and slides all the way to a stop.
Heartbreak City.
Whoa. I mean, this rain definitely
reared its ugly head at the most opportune moment, it seems.
So we are going to get our pilots into position. We are going to let them know how it ended. And we will be back after a little soggy break from our sponsors.
A special thanks to our local sponsors. Presenting sponsor, Legend Aircraft, the most coveted American manufactured sport aircraft. Nottingham's Sulphur Springs Dodge, offering the best Chrysler, Ram, Jeep, and Dodge vehicles in the area. City National Bank, banking and lending with a team you know and trust. Texas Heritage Bank, large enough to meet your needs, yet small enough to care. ETOS metal roof and wall systems. Strength you can rely on. Steel you can trust. Powerlift hydraulic doors of Texas. Unparalleled functionality, visually striking features, and remarkable durability. First National Bank of East Texas. Here to help every step of the way. Thrust Flight, training students to be safe, confident, and disciplined aviators. Grocery Supply Company, impacting lives through exceptional service.
And we are taking shelter. Thank you to DJ and Rick for lending us your very expensive umbrella. We're going to get this started. Let's hear for the touring class first, folks. These are where they're placing in the finals today, but again, counts for double season points. That will be calculated at the end of the day to determine who the national champion is in the touring class. I'll get a little bit of avgas. That's nice. It just smells nice under here. Okay, anyway, in third place in the touring class today, national championships, John with 459 feet. That's John Douglas. And it was close. In second place with a combined score of 318 feet, Rick Holman. And in first place with a combined score of 303 feet, DJ Holman. DJ, he's got to give a hug to his dad here. How's it feel? You guys were talking real strong about it, but you edged it out in front of the old man. How's that feel?
Oh man, it's so good. You know, it was super hard, and you know, I gotta say the rain really helped me out. Thank you very much. You know, I guarantee that 10 feet was all the rain.
There we go. Rain helps, but next season you guys are coming back. Yeah, more Holman family adventures.
Yes, sir. We'll be out here, hopefully competing against each other in 2 airplanes.
In 2 airplanes, the scoop of the century. Okay, let's give it up for the touring class again. Now over to the wilderness class. Give a round of applause for these guys. Fighting it out with a combined score of 285 feet, John McCardle. In second place with a combined score of 225 feet, Brandon Korn. And with a combined score of 156 feet, right next to me here, Jared Garrettson. Jared, we're going to see you probably a little bit more today, but one thing I wanted to ask you about, you told me earlier in the season that one of the things you wanted to do next season was compete in every single class at an event. I think it's safe to say you've got a good start at that here in the wilderness class. Have you started laying the groundwork for that adventure?
Yeah, I mean, I've started having a few conversations and looking around trying to decide how to logistically make that happen. It's going to be a big undertaking if I can get it to go, but honestly, I mean, the whole point of doing something like that is just to try to inspire other people that are young and interested in aviation, and to help them see that, you know, the possibilities far exceed what you think your capabilities are right now. So I just want everybody to be encouraged, and I think that would be a way to share, I don't know, more flying with more people.
Well, it's inspiring all of us. Again, big round of applause for Jared Garrettson and the rest of the wilderness class. As if they weren't wet enough already. We'll be back with more wet national finals in just a minute.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my 2 partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my 2 other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000, just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. So, and then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters. So we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world. So that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now.
And folks, we are back at National STOL Championships 2025. It's raining. The last 2 classes were extremely exciting. The touring and the wilderness class.
That here's the thing, like, I think in the touring class, Rick Holman could have edged out Derek even in the wet if he hadn't scratched. So let's look at the scores right now.
So in 4th place, Jeff Abrams with a combined total of 543 feet. John Douglas in 3rd place, combined total of 459 feet. Rick Holman in 2nd place with 318 feet. And in 1st place, your National STOL Touring Class champion, Derek Holman, with a combined total of 303 feet.
So Derek Holman, Rick Holman, and John Douglas taking the podium for the touring class in the 2025 series finals. Again, the national champion. There's a bunch of math happening right now behind the scenes. And the national champion will be crowned in the touring class tonight at the awards center.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And then over to the wilderness class. Luke Strandland not on the board, did not finish, 3 scratches. Above him, though, John McCardle with a combined score of 285, Brandon Korn 225, and Jared Gerritsen with 156. I think we normally see those 1st and 2nd place numbers a little bit tighter in the same plane. They were competing within about 10 feet of each other in practice and in competition yesterday. So
here we go. So next up, the backcountry class. We've got race number 19, Jeff Harrell in the 2016 Champ Scout from Oak Grove, Louisiana. Race number 16, Brad Crawford in the 2011 Aviat Husky A1C from Hot Springs, Arkansas. Number 62, Austin Clemens in a 2011 Aviat Husky A1C as well from Benton, Kansas. And number 17, Jerry Clemens in the 08 Aviat Husky A1C from Parsons, Kansas.
missing from competition today is Matt Peterson, who you saw singing the national anthem earlier today. He actually is out with a mechanical that reduces our competitive field down to 4. Right up front there from Oak Grove, Louisiana, race number 19. It's a 2016 American Champion Scout. Let's hear it for Jeff Harrell.
Jeff Harrell is an ag pilot, accumulating up to and over, actually, 500 hours each season in the cockpit flying 802s. He's also a pilot for Plunkett Aviation.
Big changes and big improvements for him over the course of the season. One of the big notable things is he switched his prop. And obviously there's some piloting changes that need to go in there as well, but definitely made a big improvement on his takeoff scores in particular. Next up from Hot Springs, Arkansas, race number 16. It's a 2011 Aviat Husky A1C. Let's hear it for Brad Crawford.
Brad is an accomplished professional pilot, currently flying PC-24s. He also flies PC-12s and is an aerobatic competition, or was an aerobatic competition pilot.
He's going to do, what do we call it, Cam? Hot boy stuff?
Hot boy stuff.
Yeah. He is ever the showman at the controls, and if you've never seen Brad compete before, you are in for a treat. Continuing the onslaught of the Huskies from Benton, Kansas. Race number 62, a 2011 Aviat Husky A1C, Austin Clemens.
Austin Clemens is an accomplished professional pilot as well, out of Parsons, Kansas. He's one of our youngest competitors, and he was the youngest competitor a few years ago when he first hit the scene.
I don't know if you noticed, folks, but Austin's plane was in reverse.
Yeah.
That's a thing that he can do. Speaking of someone else who can do that, Wichita, Kansas brings us race number 17, a 2008 Aviat Husky. Let's hear for Jerry Clemens.
Jerry Clemens is flying his aircraft known as Double D. He's also he is the man at Clemens Insurance and is my insurance agent.
So that is your lineup for the 2025 National STOL Series Finals Backcountry class. This class is really fun because we're definitely starting to hit like the quintessential backcountry airplanes, right? You think about Scouts, mostly a bit like, American Champion aircraft. You think of mostly as, well, the Champ, like the vintage one that you have, but then that developed into the Citabria, the Decathlon, the things that go upside downy. Loopy-doopies, that sort of thing.
Yep.
But they also have this backcountry line of aircraft. We see that right there with Jeff Harrell. And then the Huskies as well, another very well-known backcountry pedigree.
Yeah, absolutely.
Things are going to keep amping up all day, right? We're going to keep getting shorter and shorter and more quintessentially backcountry until we just get to like what I would call the insane side of the day when we get to the adventure and the unlimited class. So we're just waiting on green flag from the air bosses right now. Again, folks, don't forget to visit all the vendor booths out there, keeping the city of Sulphur Springs funded. I want to say thanks to our friends at ICOM Radio. Again, you see the yellow ICOM t-shirts out there. But more than that, they also provided our radios that the team is using to stay in contact with each other. This was critical for us to come back from the trailer fire earlier this year, getting us able to communicate. Here's Jeff Harrell bringing that nose really low, looking for pennies, looking for quarters. It's the finals. Is he looking for silver dollars?
Might be vacuuming the grass.
Vacuuming the grass. Scooping up all those weird flying spiders here in Texas. Okay.
Yeah.
Here is Brad Crawford. Austin Clemens is just holding that tail up. Everyone's got their tail up. Jerry Clemens should get in on that action. Brad Crawford flying it off. Notice the way flaps is almost the secret to all the backcountry action, right?
Yeah.
You apply them during takeoff. You use them during landing. You maybe will remove them as you roll to a stop to get firmer braking pressure on the ground. I bet we'll see that today in the wet conditions as well.
Definitely. Austin Clemens on the line. Putting the pedal to the metal. Bringing that tail up. Releasing the brakes, and off he goes.
Okay. We haven't seen much of Austin Clemens this season, but he's reminding us why he is one of the legends of National STOL.
Yeah, absolutely.
His uncle, Jerry Clemens, now on the line, sliding as much as he can to the right. I don't know if there's much crosswind to capture, but maybe just trying to triangle it.
Or use the elevation of the field to gain a little bit more airspeed as he's kind of going downhill right now. Ooh.
Maybe a pilot-induced throttle reduction there by Jerry Clemens.
Pulling everything back.
So let's look at the scores in a second, but first over to the pits with Wes Campbell.
All right, we're out here next to the taxiway actually checking the grass. It is not muddy yet. Ground is still firm, but the grass is very wet. We're going to see some slipping going on. Let's see what these guys can do and how short they can stop. Back to y'all.
Thank you for that condition report. Wes, not muddy yet.
Ooh.
Jeff Harrell holding it right on the edge.
And we were talking to him yesterday about how high his tail's been going. He said, I got it. I know what's going on.
I don't want to be a pessimist, but you've got it until you don't got it.
That's it is very true.
Here we go on the replay, settling in there. Oh, that was going to be a scratch, I believe, for Jeff Harrell.
Oh, no.
Confirmed scratch by race control, so not yet on the board for Jeff Harrell. Brad Crawford now coming in. He's got to apply some power to stay in the air. Ooh, right on the edge. Lexi calling that one good.
Yeah. Keeping it a little conservative from what we've seen from Brad in the past. Of course, the ground is wet, so that braking power is going to be affected. He wants to make sure that he's safe while he's scooting across the grass.
Just an inch over the line.
Yeah.
Like vertically.
Yeah.
Now look at Austin Clemens. He's coming in right now very high, going for that more stabilized approach. He's just going to descend down. He's a jet pilot, so it feels a little bit like that.
Yeah.
Reverse pitch in action. And that is going to definitely help. Heard the cheers from the crowd. Well executed by Austin Clemens.
And you can see in his descent right there is a lot of energy being directed directly into the ground. And then on top of that, the reverse pitch prop helping him stop in these wet conditions.
Yeah, everything getting pushed this way from that prop. Now, Jerry Clemens also not quite as high. I think he's going to settle into a more classic lower approach using the behind the power curve idea, using ground effect to keep him up in the air, get a little more lift over the wing, or from the wing, I guess is the right way to say it. Settling in now. Power. Yep. There we go. And the reverse pitch in action again. And you saw that there, right? He was losing it. He had to give it power. Right here, though, now he's got a lot more speed as he comes over the line. It got him over the line.
Yeah.
You'd rather have a score than not. If he didn't have the reverse pitch propeller, that would be even more disadvantageous.
Yes, absolutely. He'd still be scooting across the grass right now. Not really.
Yeah, you'd be in the lake.
Yeah.
No, not actually. But so other thing, Wes just gave us that great field report. I'm happy to report it looks like, at least for now, we've got no precipitation, but everything's still wet. And so what I wonder about is as we go through the heats, if you can see there, that's Jeff Harrell's scratch from earlier. You can see we're starting to kick up a little mud.
Yeah.
Right? As the airplanes work this wet grass, we're gonna get some divots.
Yeah, there's going to be some ruts cut.
And so that's a thing we need to watch for here now. I think the pilots are keeping tabs on that. We've had mud before.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hashtag swamp stole.
We even had muddy conditions at championships before when we were at Gainesville a few years back. It was raining and cold, almost same conditions. Jerry Clemens backing it up.
Just getting into position there. Here's Jeff Farrell now.
Tail high. And the scout. Very good execution on that pull. Plane was ready to fly.
Jeff Harrell not yet on the board. This gentleman coming up to the line. Brad Crawford currently in second place with a combined score of 265. And it's tight between the three of them, the three remaining. Only 30 feet separating them. Next up, Austin Clemens. The snarling husky on the tail. I think if I were to own a husky, that's the one I would pick. I would have the
snarling husky.
The snarl.
Oh,
yeah. Pretty well timed stick back maneuvers.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Jerry Clemens waiting up the line here for his turn.
And the introduction of power with the tail up shows that he's off and ready to go. Judges pointing at the last blade of grass, lining it up, getting the right numbers for our pilots.
Right now, as of Lone Star STOL yesterday, after that competition, right now, Brad Crawford in the lead season standings-wise with 131. Jerry Clemens just behind with 126. Austin Clemens in third with 68. Ooh, and I think still too short for Jeff Harrell on that one. He's currently in fourth place in the season standings with 57. So a scratch for Jeff Harrell, 2 out of 3, looking to get on the board. And the opportunity, I think, for Jeff Harrell, based on the math, is to get just on the podium. If he could pull first place, I think he would be on the podium. I don't know if he'd be able to. I don't think the math works to get up in front of Brad and Jerry. Here comes Brad, currently first in the season standings. Good over the line. Gave up about 25 feet, Cam?
Yep. So whatever number he's got right now, you could subtract. Let's subtract 20. And that could be like a very possible number of what he could have had.
Yeah, waiting for the score to come in, 145. So I would have put him down closer to what his first landing was. He had 115. Right now, Austin Clemens coming in very high, settling down. Holding it off.
Yeah.
Good. Also touching down about 25 feet. And rolling out. Rolling out a little bit shorter. These planes, actually, Brad Crawford and Austin Clemens planes are very similar. They're built in the same year. The big difference is that seaplane modification that was done to Austin's plane to make it be able to go backwards like that. That's what it's actually for. Being out on the water and floats, you might want to be able to put the plane in reverse on the water. So that's where that comes from. STOL pilots have kind of adopted it and said, ooh, this is fun also to help me reduce my landing distance. Jerry Clemens now settling in low and to your left.
Shut of power. Reverse pitch prop, getting them stopped.
Lexi saying she's not sure. So we'll have to go to the replay for this one to see if it was a scratch, which means it was close. Watching this line, I see daylight right in this, that little bit of daylight right there. So that, I believe, is going to be called good. No line violation on that one. Now, where do we stand in the backcountry class heading into the third and final run? Austin Clemens out in front with 251. Very tight between Jerry Clemens and Brad Crawford. 265 for Brad Crawford and 269 for Jerry Clemens.
Woo, so close.
Folks, don't forget paper airplane competition for your junior pilots right after this class. Make sure to head over to the National STOL merch tent to build your paper airplane, and that's also where you'll go when it's time to compete. Not ready to fly there for Jeff Harrell. Didn't come off the ground. He just needs to get on the board.
Yes. Brad Crawford on the line, waiting for his turn at Glory. Flying the power. Here he goes with that tail up. Plane was not ready to fly. He was pulling, and it wasn't ready to get off the ground.
Still winds calm here at Sulphur Springs Municipal. Sun is just starting to peek out.
Ooh.
Austin Clemens. That was perfectly timed.
Oh, yeah.
The airplane just kind of leapt into the air exactly how you want to see it. Not quite as much performance out of Jerry's plane as I think he would have liked. And this is what's interesting now. Let's look at what Brad needs to do to get out in front of Austin. He needs to land in less than 77 feet. We have not seen anyone land shorter than 109.
Ooh.
And that was Austin Clemens. Brad did have a 115. Here comes Jeff Harrell. Good over the line, letting up on those brakes. Got a little bit of green in the windscreen there and let up on the brakes.
Seeing the replay. Brad Crawford on final right now. Wig-wag lights initiated.
So again, he's got to land shorter than 77 feet to get it taken from Austin Clemens.
That's a tall order.
It could happen. Oh, I think if he had a reverse pitch propeller, maybe.
Maybe.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that was very close to the line. Well braked. Even in the wet conditions, well braked, well stopped, well halted.
Alto. The Spanish for stop.
Oh, there you go. I didn't know that. Left and high. Check it out. Austin Clemens. Very stable, rail-like, train-like.
Whoa!
Ooh, had to give it a bit of a goose. A little dash of power to get it over the line, but I'm guessing based on, Cam's reaction, a scratch for Austin Clemens.
That happened very quickly. Okay, yep. I saw the tail wheel touchdown first, which is totally fine. You can totally do that. We've seen Eddie Sanchez drag it. We've seen Brandon Corn drag it. But don't want those mains touching the line.
If Jerry Clemens wants to pop up in front of Brad Crawford, has to touch down in less than 66 feet. Touchdown and stop.
There we go.
That's going to be too short. So scratching it up a little bit in the end here. And that is going to be the backcountry class here at the Series Finals 2025 for National STOL. Again, as we get ready to head into our little award presentation for the pilots, kids, it's your absolute last chance to come make your paper airplane and come out for the paper airplane competition. Sounds like we got some adults coming out to play with us too, so that'll be really fun. So you need to go over to the National STOL tent, and then you will be walked down to a safe entry onto the field, okay? So no one going out there without someone from National STOL escorting you, please, just for your own safety. And we will be back with more of the 2025 Series Finals right after this. Woo.
We've had it in all of our airplanes. Ever since we started with the Piper Saratoga in the early 2000s. We did the pulse oximeter and CO detector in there. We've upgraded to there. Now we have a Cessna 340 that I actually was talking to him in Germany last year, and he was like, oh, you got to put the cabin altitude thing in the plane. I said, well, send it to me. So we put it in there, and it actually is really nice. This aircraft flies above 18,000, 10,000 feet, so up to 23,000 feet. The other day, the cabin altitude light comes on the manufacturer's panel, and boom, the CO Guardian comes on and says, all right, you're above 10,000, your cabin altitude is above 10,000 feet. So watch out. So it's kind of nice to have that redundancy in the plane. So for a pressurized aircraft, that is so important for me. I get that oxygen mask ready, make sure my oxygen is good.
Special thanks to our annual sponsors: Legend Aircraft, Clemens Insurance, Behringer Aero, Sarasota Avionics, Lift Aviation USA, Flying Eyes Optics, Red Tag Art, Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot, ICOM Radios, Tundra Tailwheel, Fly Orca.
And we are back here in Sulphur Springs, Texas for the 2025 Series Finals of National STOL.
Backcountry class. Man, you guys know how to put on a show. Can I get a round of applause for these 4 pilots up here? Things were pretty tight. You guys were keeping us on our toes. In third place, with a combined score of 269. Remember that number, with a combined score of 269 feet. Give it up for Jerry Clemens. With a combined score, remember I said 269, with a combined score of 265 feet. Whoa, Brad Crawford. And with a combined score of 251 feet, let's hear it for Austin Clemens. Austin, come on over here, bud. So we haven't seen very much. You've like grown up and become like a functional adult, do like a job and everything. We're going to see more of you next year. We want to see more of you on the circuit.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll make it to what I make it, and I like all the more events close to me. It makes it easy.
All right, cool. That was very non-committal, but I appreciate it. Any hints for anyone coming up next, now that we've got the rains ending? Is it drying out there? Is it getting muddy out there? What are you seeing?
It was actually like very tacky, a lot of grip from what I saw.
Are you seriously?
No, yeah, it was a lot of grip, I thought.
Okay, wow, it's not what I was expecting you to say. That's great. All right. Thanks for the field report, Austin. Everyone give it up for this backcountry class. Absolutely. Look at that tight competition. Always good with these 4 guys. We'll be back with more flying and little airplanes, paper airplanes right after this. What's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks? Welcome to Lone Star STOL here in beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's Luke's for everybody, 2019 American Legend Aircraft Boac. I'll give you a hug. Round of applause for Chuck Olmstead. In the gray and orange MOAC, Brian Shirley, everybody. Give a round of applause for Brian Steck. It's good. Textbook. About 60 feet on that one. It's an unlimited class. It's what you've been waiting for. That's right, the Beast Mode MOAC, Colin Kaneva.
Frank Knapp showing that he deserves to belong here. Whoa, that was legendary.
It's a kind of a different experience buying a Legend Cub because you're buying from the owners of the company. You're going to meet everybody that's going to work with you ahead of time. They're experts at every little facet of it. You pretty much can do as much of the aircraft as you're capable, and they'll kind of hold your hand through the rest of it. So I couldn't recommend it higher than truly a wonderful experience. You show up and you watch how all the fuselages are all TIG welded, and their processes are second to none. They build by far the nicest airplane, lightest componentry, great styling. Ron, their painter, is spectacular. It's not like any other buying experience. You are truly buying into a family. A lot of longtime employees. I'm friends with a lot of the guys that help build my airplane. Legend Cub owners typically buy an airplane and never sell that airplane. You won't find very many of them used for sale on the market. I think you get a slightly different owner with a Legend Cub. It's not just an airplane to them. It's a piece of art. It's a piece of them. It's custom designed and built for them. Any option you want is available. Hard to get much better than this.
And folks, welcome back to the championship for National STOL 2025. I almost said Lone Star STOL. That was yesterday. We're about to have the paper airplane competition. You can see all of our parents and children and small young aviators, future aviators walking out. We're going to have some of the pilots join them for competition as well. We're going to take it to Ryan here in just a moment. You can see all these colored airplanes, all these different paper airplanes, lots of engineering happening right now. So they're going to be rated on distance, or at least that's what we've been doing in the past. So the plane that flies out the furthest is going to be the winner. I think we have the classes broken up into ages 7 and younger, and then 8 and older. And right now, looks like we've got some of the pilots out there. We see Brandon Korn. He's testing the air right now, getting the stretch in. Matt Dorsum doing the same. What's up, Ryan? How are you doing out there?
How's it going, Cam? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear me. Okay, I got these really tall kids starting it out. You might recognize some pilots, some other folks here. We'll show the kids how it's done. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to count down. As a crowd, we'll do it, right? We'll go 3, 2, 1, throw. Sound good? Brandon Korn's like, I think I got it. He's got a really fancy design. You got like the little winglets for extra distance. It's going to be fast. All right, everyone ready? Here we go. Together, 3, 2, 1, throw! Oh, we got some far throws.
All right, here we go.
So they're going to go find their plane. Wes, what you got over there?
I got first place right here.
I think he's got first place over there.
Andy Leahy got first place. And our next plane coming up. What's your name? Billy? We got Billy here. Congratulations. And third place.
All the way over here, Matt Dorsum.
Took up a bit. All right, Matt Dorsum, congratulations on the bronze.
All right, who are our top three? We had Matt Dorsum in third. Billy in second. Andy in first. Let's give a round of applause for these big kids. Now we're going to go over to the 7 and under class. We're pumped here. Everyone ready? let's get up on this line right here. Right, this big line on the concrete 700. Oh, don't go too far. Right on this crack in the taxiway. Wait, what's it called? A Nanu mouse? That's funny. I like that. No one has an airplane named 6-7? Okay, we got one over here that's 6-7. All right, here we go. You guys ready? Everyone ready to throw? In 3, 2, 1, throw! Whoa! All right, go find your airplane and stand next to it. Stay by your airplane. Stay by your airplane. Who you got over there, Wes?
Might want to turn it on. All right, first place. What's your name? Dylan, did you think your plane was going to go that far?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Congratulations. Second place. It's close. Very close. Between 3 planes, it looks like you're second place. What's your name?
Malachi.
Malachi, congratulations on the silver. And then we're going to move down here. You want to grab third place?
Yeah, wait, who's
here?
over here in third place? What's your name?
Hazel.
Hazel, what sort of cool things did you do to your airplane? I see some cool designs on it, right? Awesome. Congratulations, Hazel. Bravo! Nice round of applause for these kids. Brandon Korn just filled me in. One of these kids has like an aeronautical engineer for their dad. Might be a little bit of a ringer action going on. All right, we got one more class. It's our 7 and up. 8 and up, I guess. 8 and up. Right to this line here, friends, on the taxiway. We got all our 8 and ups. Who's pumped? Like 3/4, almost all of you. All right, here we go. Let's count it down. In 3, 2, 1, hurl it. Oh, it's close.
We almost had one slide
Go to your
out into
plane.
first.
Do not move it. Go to your plane. Go stand by it. Don't move it.
All right, come here. We got first place here. What's your name?
Braylee.
Braylee, congratulations. That is an awesome airplane. And what is your name?
Ariel.
Ariel, like the mermaid. That's awesome. She's got snakes on her plane. That's cool. Congratulations on second place. All right, and third place, it's you. What's your name?
You.
Maddox, third place. Congratulations. Awesome airplane.
All right, big round of applause for all of our paper airplane winners and all of the competitors. That is awesome.
One of those kids.
Great airplane designs, everybody. We will be back with more big airplanes in just a few minutes.
And folks, we are back at National Championships for National STOL 2025 in Sulphur Springs. We just wrapped up the paper airplane competition, a new addition to the season.
That was a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
Hanging out with the kids.
Yeah.
We had some good arms and some good airplane designs.
Yeah, I saw that. That was some good work out there.
My favorite, Wes and I were talking afterwards, and he said, "Did you see the kid who just balled the airplane up and just threw it as a ball?"
Oh.
And I was like, that has been tried before. Anyway, the backcountry class too. Just before it, like, whoa, we were close, right? Like things were really tight in the backcountry class score-wise.
Yeah, in fourth place we have Jeff Harrell with a combined total of 372 feet. Third place, Jerry Clemens with a combined total of 269 feet. Brad Clemens in second place with 265. And in first place, Austin Clemens with a combined total of 251 feet. That's a triumphant return for Austin Clemens.
I loved his non-committal response. It's like, hey, you're going to be back next year. We miss you. And he's like, I don't know, I'll be around.
Yeah,
the other
6
thing
or
is
7.
6, 7, whatever. The other thing is he said it's tacky out there, and I just still don't know if I believe him.
I was hanging out on the sideline when he said that, and I was like, is that a joke? Is he joking?
I can't. You can never tell with that kid. All right, what's up next, Cam?
All right, so we have the Vintage Cub. We should have the Cub class after that. So right now, Vintage Cub lineup, race number 176, Ron Hansen in the 1946 Aronca Champ 7 CCM from Omaha, Nebraska.
And then after the Vintage Cub class will be the Cub class.
Ooh.
We've got Russell Eckert. He's going to be kind of just doing an exhibition for us. Not part of the series finals, but flying that 2001 Cub Crafters Super Cub. Chuck Olmstead from Sulphur Springs, Texas. He's in that American Legend AL-18, built right here on the field. Dave Warren flying a 1967 Piper P-18 Super Cub. Ryan Melendez, 1954 Super Cub. And then you've got Lee Boyd and Nick Ardillo rounding it out in their Carbon Cubs. So that's going to be a fun class. Like I said, the numbers kind of get shorter and shorter. The other thing that happens is, like, I keep using the word quintessential, but the vintage, the Piper Super Cub, is like, it's the backcountry airplane.
Yeah.
You can see why it's emulated so much, right? We have the Carbon Cubs. We have the AL-18 made right here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. The American Legend version of it, making that old aircraft, that old design new again. All the creature comforts, all that stuff built in. They got an AL3 back there. It's a J3 Cub, basically, with like carbon fiber floors. Very luxe.
All right, so we're going to throw it to the pits with Ron and Wes Campbell.
What's up, everybody? We're here with Ron Hansen, Vintage Club class. Ron, you got a really, really tough heat coming up here. I don't know, if you're going to win or not, but I have a really good feeling that you are. What do you think?
I'm pretty nervous, actually. What I'm mostly nervous about is I'm going to have to use that Delta taxiway as a jump. I have the distinction of having the least horsepower of anybody out here. So having the least performant airplane puts me at a distinct advantage because I know I'm not going to be doing good. And it's just fine. I'm having a great time. It's so much fun being out here. And I want to thank National STOL for even having the class that allows me to come out and play these games today.
That's amazing, Ron. Good luck out there. Put on a show. Back to you, Ryan and Cam.
It is really fun to see how a champ can perform. 90 horsepower, and one of the most accessible airplanes you can buy if you were to become a pilot right now. I mean, that's the goal of all of this, right? We want to inspire you here in the crowd at home to chase your aviation dreams. It's the kind of thing that I think a lot of people think, maybe I can't do it.
Yeah, maybe it's too expensive.
maybe it's too hard. But look, if Cam and I can fly an airplane, you guys can.
Yeah, totally.
But you can also afford it, right? Like, think about my neighbor. Like, you said this yesterday. Most people have a thing in their garage that's like their hobby.
Yeah.
And I think people think all airplanes are going to be $500,000. And you certainly could spend that if you want.
Yeah, you really could.
You really could. But the cool thing about the vintage Cub class is these are airplanes that you can acquire for less than most
new vehicles.
Most pickup trucks for sure, and many.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like, my neighbor's got a Harley. And the Harley Davidson motorcycle, I'm from Milwaukee. I got a lot of Harley pride, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hashtag not a sponsor. Love Harley Davidson, right? That motorcycle, you can get a motorcycle from Harley Davidson. Spoiler alert, it does not fly. It's cool, but it doesn't go up in the air.
It's cool adjacent.
It's cool. It's cool adjacent. No, I mean, it's a cool thing. But you could get a Harley Davidson that costs as much as a Champ.
Yes.
And that's crazy, right?
Yeah.
Like, the Harley Davidson does not have wings.
No.
It's still cool.
It is tandem. So I mean,
it is tandem. Yeah,
yeah.
Get a little bit even closer than when you're in the Champ in the Harley Davidson. But
That's
anyway,
true.
motorcycles. I could have just said motorcycles. I'm just from Milwaukee. Harley Davidson top of mind. Long story short, these airplanes, especially this vintage Cub class, you see, it's an accessible way to get in. You could take that Champ. What, like $20,000 to $40,000 ish.
Yep. Absolutely, all day. Or Chief, the side-by-side version of a Champ.
Right. And you could buy one of those, but then you don't have to shoulder that cost all by yourself. There's all these people. Look at these beautiful people in the crowd right here. They could all form a flying club together, buy a Champ. You're in for pennies.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, like, literally, like, you could share that cost, save up some beer money, save up some coffee.
Yeah, really. You could get you and your best friend or your friend's group. You know, maybe you play video games and you got like a video game group and y'all want to go outside and touch grass with airplanes. Like, you could all learn together. Not at the same time, but you could learn together, share that cost over with some friends or some neighbors, and have yourself a really good-looking, functioning flying airplane.
And then bring it to National STOL and compete.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
Like we're going to see Ron Hansen do in just a few minutes. So the vintage Cub class is going to be a party of one with Ron Hansen here. I want to talk a little bit about what that is. Like, what's the difference between the Cub class and the vintage Cub class? So most of the classes in National STOL are arranged by gross weight, and then they're slightly tweaked based on the competitive nature, right? So, for instance, the Backcountry class, we saw the Scout and the Huskies together. They also often fly against Cessna 170 Bravo models or Cessna 172s in that same class. So that is how things are kind of tweaked together. The Cub and vintage Cub class, so the Cub class are Cub or Cub-like aircraft. You'll see it when you see it. You'll understand what we mean. They are naturally aspirated engines, 180 horsepower or less, no nitrous oxide or other injection, must be equipped with a stock wing, but you can add VGs or wing cuffs, no modified lift devices, no slats, spoilers, drag devices, or wing extensions. So that's like the classic Super Cub. You'll see Ryan Melendez or Dave Warren flying. The vintage subclass, same kind of thing, a Champ, a J3 Cub, Taylor Craft maybe. These are aircraft 100 horsepower or less with no flaps. So the Aranca Champ, the J3 Cub, the AL3, right? If you bought the Legend aircraft for sale back there,
yep.
That has no flaps. 100 horsepower or less, you'd compete in the vintage Cub class even though you had a brand new airplane. So we'd love to see more people participating in that class. It's new this year. It's a new window for accessible aviation and accessible competition, and that's definitely a fun thing to do. Now, Cam, what's going on the field right now?
Yeah, so we are switching ends of the runway. So if you've been joining us, if you're here in the crowd, you've seen everyone take off from the left side of the runway. So now we're switching over to the right side of the runway, so we're switching from runway 01 to 19 out here in the grass.
And so heading to the south now, and so you can see that they're having to switch. Obviously, we have to switch some cameras around. We have to switch. You see the measuring tape being repositioned. And so this right here will be the new start-finish line.
Yeah, takes a village, as you can see, so it's not a simple task. But
Yeah,
by any means. But yeah.
That's a good race control saying, hey, don't forget, you guys can get up and move in the crowd. If you want to get closer to the north side of the runway, you can go check that out. And I'm wondering if we can actually, while people are moving around, I just want to give a little tour. Maybe if the drone wants to just pause and kind of like where we're at here. We've got some really cool airplanes you're going to see. So like right here, we're zooming in. I can tell why CW. This is a Champ. This is the Aranca Champ in the vintage Cub class. Later today, you're going to see this airplane right here. That is the Chinook, flown by he's like, look at the Champ. No, look at the Chinook. The Chinook, that's going to be in the Unlimited class. You're going to see that compete. The other Unlimited class plane you're going to see is this aircraft. This one right here, this yellow and gray one. That is the Zlin Norden, brand new on the scene. Then next to him, another fire breather. This is the Legend Aircraft Moac, this blue one.
Moac.
The mother of all Cubs. It's M-O-A-C, the Moac.
Yes.
That's built right here in Sulphur Springs, Texas by the Legend Aircraft Company. And what do we have here at the end there? Is that?
That's the Super Legend.
Oh, the Super Legend. That's flown by Frank Knapp, this airplane, the gray and yellow one.
Mm-hmm.
That's flown by Frank Knapp, the world record holder for the shortest takeoff and landing. Another cool plane you're going to see is this one back here. That's Mike Babcock's Badlands Traveler. It is insane, highly modified airplane, and that is going to be competing in the adventure class. So the big thing there is look at that motor. That's a highly modified Yamaha engine from a snowmobile. You see that a couple times throughout the competition today, but this one is being pushed really hard. It's a Badlands Traveler design. You're going to see that fly by some other pilots today as well, but this one, look at all that secret squirrel stuff under the tarp there, that highly powerful turbo engine. Jerry Clemens airplane hanging out there. There's John Douglas's Cessna. This is another Badlands Traveler here, this red and white one. That is Pat McIntyre's plane. Normal engine in that.
Yeah. Was Lycoming in there, I believe?
Yeah, it's a standard normal aircraft engine versus something kind of crazy. Another kind of crazy airplane is this one, number 34.
Ooh.
That one right there. That's flown by Justin Metters. You might know his name if you follow air racing.
Yep.
And he is coming to the STOL side of the world. Flies that airplane completely with hand controls and a ton of power on the front of that thing. If anyone's going to take the title today from Dan Reynolds, it is Justin Metters.
Beautiful plane.
It's very shiny.
Mm-hmm.
Behind there is Grasshopper, Dave Curley's plane. Going to be flying in the sport class. Good view of Dan Reynolds' aircraft, actually, right there in the back. You can see it's got the pusher prop there.
Yeah.
Who's next to Dave Curley? I think that's
Chuck Olmsted.
We're going to see him flying the Cub class in just a few minutes. So that's a little tour of the pits here at the national finals for National STOL.
Yep.
And they are now done resetting the runway, so it's time to kick off the action with the Cub and the Vintage Cub class. One of the things we should talk about We don't have it during the national finals, but the rookie class, that was a fun thing to watch yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's an opportunity for pilots to get in and be part of the competition in a lower pressure environment. We make sure that all our rookies have access to helmets, and those are provided by our friends at Lift Aviation.
Yeah. Looks like we got a Comanche on the main runway, the hard surface runway. Got the whole fam in the bird. They're known for that.
Got that thing loaded up.
Oh, yeah. And they're fast, so you can get places. You can go a lot of places very quickly in that airplane.
So our friends at Lift Aviation, Lift's love for flying drives them to deliver only the finest in aviation products to market. They believe today's pilots deserve much more than what is currently offered in the way of products they wear in the cockpit. Lift Aviation is bridging the gap and making products that are stronger and lighter that you can trust. And, of course, they offer those helmet shells for the rookies to wear and for our winners this year in the championships. The other folks that are supporting us right now, we want to talk about our friends at Fly Orca. Orca was created to help you achieve your aviation goals, connect with community, and discover training opportunities. Share your journey from tracking your improvements over time and reflecting on your progress. Strive alongside your buddies and find trusted instructors. It literally does everything, folks. Celebrate your aviation journey with familia and friends. Fly Orca is here to keep your aviation fire burning strong, much like the engine of that Comanche.
Yeah.
Hurtling down runway 19. You've used Fly Orca a whole bunch, Cam.
Yeah, it's a great app to connect with friends, find a good flight instructor. Literally, Adriana, who's the co-creator of that app, says it's the Strava of flying. So if you're very familiar with Strava, the app that you would normally use if you're like a walker or a runner or whatever, like we all know that. Ooh, nice zoom climb from that Comanche. We all know that.
Hold on, kids. Wee.
Yeah, wee. You'll know that using Strava, whatever exercise you just didn't happen unless you clocked it on Strava. So it's similar with the Fly Orca app.
So there is Ron Hansen. Let's introduce him formally to you. Race number 176 in 1946, Aranca champ from Plattsmouth, Nebraska. Give it up for Ron Hansen.
Ron is partnered with that aircraft with Glenn Roberts, our drone pilot, our drone operator out here. And he's so gracious enough, him and his wife, Susie, so gracious enough for them to let us borrow their truck during the season after our truck fire.
Next up from Sulphur Springs, Texas, a 2021 American Legend aircraft AL-18, race number 125. Give it up for Chuck Olmstead.
Well, this is Chuck's second appearance at Lone Star Finals this whole weekend. He was here last year flying the same aircraft known as Beer Money. We're going to see what he's going to do for us today in the Cub class in that American Legend AL-18. Right now, those are our only two aircraft coming out. We should have the rest of the Cub class following them shortly.
I believe we're going to be separated into two heats here.
Okay.
So first we'll have Ron Hansen now on the roll. Remember, this airplane, 80 years old?
Yeah, 46, made after the war. For all.
Sorry, 79 years old. Didn't want to round up.
Oh, it's all good. We all know. It's an old bird made for most of our service members after the war to come and train in.
Next up, Chuck Olmstead again in that American Legend AL-18. One of your hometown boys. Right out of here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. Going to try to get on the board out in front of the heavier hitters in the Cub class.
And here he goes, introducing that power, bringing the tail up. He's going to pull a little early.
So Ron Hansen's takeoff was 500 feet in the Aranca Champ, and you've seen some really short takeoffs and landings today, folks, but honestly, 500 feet in any airplane is short, right? That's shorter than I typically take off in my Cessna 172, which is double the horsepower.
Yeah.
And twice the size and fully metal. And so that's a really nice short number for a Aranca Champ. What are you normally putting in your Champ, Cam?
I would say, so on my grass field, not wet conditions like how we have today, I would say about 340, 400 feet for a takeoff. It might even be shorter than that, but I haven't really measured. But the last time I flew was on concrete, actually, and I probably had a 250-foot takeoff. It was really cool.
That's a big difference, by the way. When you become a pilot, folks, if you don't learn in a tricycle or a tail dragger like this Champ we're seeing on the screen right now, right, the little wheel is in the back. If you learn on a nose gear first, what ends up happening is you actually have to go get additional training because training with a tail dragger is just that different.
Yeah.
And then you go from grass, where they start you on grass, very forgiving, and then you move to the hard surface, and it's like you learning all over again.
Yeah.
Here's Ron Hansen. Good over the line.
Locking up those brakes. You can see the wheels shimmying.
And I hate to be the one that points it out, but look at the windsock right now. We're
back to a tailwind.
Operating with a tailwind here in Sulphur Springs.
So yeah, with that tailwind, it's going to be pushing the airplane a little bit further than what the pilots would like for their competitive numbers, but that tailwind is literally going to push these airplanes down the runway a little bit further for both takeoff and landing. Chuck Olmsted bringing her in.
Good over the line for Chuck Olmsted. He's also going to be heavy on those brakes. Wind pushing him a little bit further down than he'd probably like.
See if we can get that landing number for Chuck.
So Chuck's takeoff was 178 feet.
And his landing, we're getting that in.
And look what's happening. I'm seeing some numbers get moved around. I believe we're going to be resetting again back to where the runway was. They're going to reset back to have a headwind again. So we need to adjust that to make sure that our operation is safe and to make it fair, right? You want to make sure people have the headwind. If you were flying, sometimes we were talking to like Pat McIntyre, right? You're going to see him fly in the adventure class. He's talking about how he's got an airstrip that's one way in, one way out, right? Not every airstrip can you come at from both sides, but typically if you're flying at an airport or in the backcountry, you've got options. Maybe less so in the backcountry, right? But like normal airport operations is the reason why there's a 0119.
Right. Yep.
You can choose the one that best favors the wind, so you're not having a tailwind. So Chuck Olmsted's number 524 combined, vintage Cub class. Ron Hansen with 854. And again, that's a pretty good number for a plane like that.
Yeah, right. No heavy mods, no fire-breathing engine. I mean, it's a fire breather for a Champ. It's 90 horse. Usually they're in the 65 horsepower flavor.
So a quick switcheroo here in Sulphur Springs, and I'm looking at the line judges. They're just watching that windsock now. They're like, don't Don't do it.
Don't you dare.
Don't flip again. Because now it's gone from a tailwind to a crosswind for the pilots from the right. And we may move into like a light and variable place, which is honestly just kind of like the worst.
It's so just
like flying a lot in light. I would rather have like a
stiff headwind.
Everyone wants a stiff headwind, but I would rather have a stiff crosswind.
Oh yeah.
Than light and variable. Like crosswinds are a little hard to get. That's like one of the first hurdles you face when you're in your pilot training. It's kind of like rubbing your belly and tapping on your head, right? Like your brain's got to kind of figure out what you're doing as you do things that don't feel totally normal to get the airplane controlled correctly. You're going to be putting the wing down into the wind, and then that's going to turn the plane a little bit, so you need to keep the plane flying straight by applying opposite rudder, right? So if you're flying into a left crosswind like this, you'd have the left wing down. No, sorry, the right. It's coming from the right now based on the way we have the runway set up.
Oh,
so
yeah.
When we reset the runway here, so they would have their right wing down and then be pushing on the left rudder pedal to keep the airplane headed straight.
Yeah, and that's such a weird, like you said, it's a weird condition to be in because once you're on the ground, you're still flying the airplane in that crosswind situation. So you're probably full right aileron deflection, and it just seems so weird, especially in the tailwheel airplane. You're going down the runway straight. Sometimes the wind will hit you, and it brings that nose to the right because it's trying to windmill into the wind, and you're just left rudder. You're like opposite rudder, wherever the wind is coming from, you're hitting that opposite rudder. It's just a weird condition to be in.
While they finish resetting the runway back, let's go over to the chat. I got a couple people we need to say hi to. Colin Caneva, one of our longtime competitors in the chat, saying, missing y'all.
Yo, bro.
We miss you too, Colin. I see Cat Blue Flame still chatting away. Sean Possible here talking about Hal Stockman, who's unfortunately not here this weekend, is his favorite. Karen Petty in the chat watching from Wyoming. Thank you for watching, Karen. Ira Walker in the chat as well.
What's up, Ira?
Cat Blue Flame mentioning Ryan's having so much fun with the pen. Yeah, the Telestrator. I was having fun with that. Dreadnought VS talking about Cub Crafters. It's got a carbon cub up to flight level 370.
Yeah,
that was a thing that happened over the weekend. I would venture to guess you're going to see some other airplanes show you what they got in that regard. I noticed the dude that did it wasn't wearing gloves. And it is cold up there. Like, did he get frostbite? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. You know, he's probably going to put it on his YouTube channel. That was Fly Mike Alpha that was in that airplane.
Oh, yeah, we'll probably see a YouTube video about that.
Yeah.
Also in the chat, Cam, folks are going to petition to make you fly your Champ and STOL next year.
Oh, no. I mean, yes. That's what we want. That's what I want. I need some funds to do some things to the airplane, though. But, yes, that should be happening. We said it this year, but next year, going in for it.
Jeff Pohl is in the chat as well earlier during the Backcountry class saying, go get him, Uncle Jerry and Austin. Miss all of you. We miss you too, Jeff. Jeff's another longtime competitor in National STOL. Won Valdez back in the day in his Cessna 170.
Yeah.
King Bros in the chat with a super chat. Thanks for that, King Bros. Let's see. Fred is all in, talking about rain going away earlier. So we've got a big crowd of people in the chat. And if you want to join us in the chat, go to nationalstol.com. You can, one couple things, go to our Discord server and be part of that community, part of the eSTOL community if you want to get started in that. But also, you can be in the chat right now if you go to YouTube or Facebook and join us right there. You can ask us questions. Ira Walker saying, go Cam Walton. See, you got your own cheering section already.
Yeah. Had lots of nice long chats about airplanes with Ira in Wyoming.
Love that chat. It's an international chat. I saw, let's see here, Jorge from Brazil.
Oh, yeah.
Saying hello as well. That's awesome. And Sean Possible in there. That's funny. Brandon Can Off Corn. Can of
corn.
Very well done. I bet he's never heard that one before. So it sounds like the runway is just about buttoned up. And we will be kicking things off back with the rest of the Vintage Cub and the first heat of the Cub class in just a few minutes. Let's go over to the season standings in the Cub class. Right now, up front, Lee Boyd leads the Cub class in the season standings. Current as of Lone Star STOL yesterday, he's got 161 season points. Ryan Melendez in second place overall with 120 season points. Dave Warren with 94 season points. And Nick Ardillo, you're going to see him fly today as well. He's in fourth with 60 season points. Now remember, points today are doubled. So in theory, right, there's a way, even though he's 41 points behind, there is a chance for Ryan Melendez to get up in front of Lee Boyd.
Yeah.
Mathematically, it's possible. He would need Lee Boyd to scratch a lot.
Yeah. Which is possible.
Or be bested by some of these other pilots. I mean, look what happened with Luke Strandland, right? Like, lots of scratches, not on the board.
Mm-hmm.
And that can happen to anybody, even pilots that are, as strong of a pilot as Luke Strandland is.
Yeah. You can catch the yips out here.
I think it was the yips. Maybe the rain. He did have the same thing happen yesterday. We'll have to talk to him about it a little bit and see what happened. But so that anything is possible here in National STOL.
Glad to see the sun kind of coming out. You can see some blue out there in the sky. Some patches here and there. Sounds like Ron Hansen has got the champ started up.
Yep, so love the sound of a airplane, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a little quiet. I'm excited to hear it.
Yeah.
So we are ready to get back to the action here in Sulphur Springs. Ron Hansen taxiing up to the line. No more tailwind, a little bit of a crosswind, but I do believe we'll probably see an improvement on his numbers as well as the numbers coming out of Chuck.
All right. Introduction of power from Ron Hansen. Tail slowly going to come up. And he doesn't have any flaps, so he's not going to deploy any flaps, but he's going to pull that stick back.
Yeah, really all you can do is try to get the tail wheel off the ground to try to reduce some of the drag over the ground and then pull when it's ready to fly.
Yeah, usually I'm looking at 48 to 50 mile an hour on the airspeed indicator, and then I'm pulling the stick back in the champ.
And the J3, when I learning, it's funny, I haven't flown that aircraft in years, but what I remember is the speeds, remember, are 40 and 60.
Okay.
Stalls at 40, climb at 60.
Yeah.
Chuck Olmstead off the ground there. Let's get some numbers. 479, so 21 feet shorter for Ron Hansen in the champ. Over in the Cub class, Chuck Olmstead's first takeoff was 178 feet. Second takeoff number will be coming in shortly. Ron Hansen coming around the traffic pattern now.
Losing altitude. Probably going to put it in a slip like he's been doing it.
Yeah, so talk to us about the slip. Like, because he doesn't have flaps, that's almost mandatory.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, at any point in time, you're going to want to slow the airplane down, but as you can see, he's a little high, so he's going to want to bleed off some altitude as well. So he's going to cross-control the airplane, some left or right aileron with respectfully the right or left rudder. Ooh, nice smooth over the line. It's going to get it stopped.
You can use that little ski ramp to help slow him down, too.
Yeah, he could. But, yeah, you're going to cross-control the airplane to present more of the fuselage into the wind, since we don't have flaps, so we can't change the geometry of the wing to allow us for higher alpha for landing, like you see the flaps deployed on the AL-18 to your left by Chuck Olmstead. So we don't have that in the Champ. We have to use the fuselage instead.
Chuck Olmstead now settling in. Looks like that was a scratch for him.
Pretty healthy scratch.
And just a quick weather check. We're getting reports that there's a 10 knot out of the south, 10 knot wind out of the south at 500 feet. So it's pushing behind everybody. But then once they turn base and descend a little bit lower, it becomes an east wind. So we've got a little bit of like winds aloft, making things a little more challenging for the pilots as they come around. Definitely in kind of a weird part of the day weather-wise. I think that front came through with that rain, even though it wasn't a big thunderstorm front, right? It's still a weather front.
Right.
Just pushing through, and it changed the equation for us in terms of wind.
All right, final lap for Ron and Chuck. Ron's got his skeleton sitting in the back seat.
Happy Halloween weekend, folks. Okay, Ron Hansen going around the bend again in the Champ. All 90 horsepower roaring to life and pushing him right there, right off the ski ramp that time, into the air.
He's also rocking a wooden prop on the front of that airplane, so it's not metal or carbon fiber.
I think a lot of those airplanes of that era have shifted over to metal props.
Yes, yeah.
The wood looks
classic, man. It
yeah,
looks
it's
so
a good look.
But metal is safer. A lot more bite into the wind, into the air. Here we go, Chuck Olmstead on the go. Very nice transition to flight from the ground. Just, it didn't even look like he pulled the stick back at all. It just said, you know what, I want to fly. You ready?
Rob Hansen has been improving his numbers, takeoff over takeoff. That one actually was shorter.
Okay, yeah.
I was not expecting that based on what it looked like from here in the booth, but he was down to 412 now on the takeoff. So combined with a good landing, we could see his best run of the competition. You see him there flying in the Champ. Look at that. That could be you, folks. You could be flying to your heart's content.
Yeah, no flap gang, just hanging out.
Just turning dinosaurs into joy. That could be you.
Yeah, it is joyous to be able to fly. They're not flying at 1,000 feet above the ground, but when you're flying over your city at 1,000 feet, it's just a different perspective that you've ever seen.
So settling in now, slipping down to get low enough. There we go. He's going to just tickle the top of the grass here. Feels like he's coming in a little hot. He's got to hold it off. Good. Touching down around 75 to 80 feet from the line.
and got it stopped. I mean, in relation to where he touched down, he got it stopped pretty short.
Yeah.
I think he was a little aggressive more aggressive this go round on the braking because that ski ramp is coming up very close. It's getting larger in his windshield, but that aggressive braking has really helped him out on that last run.
Chuck Olmstead low and to your left, trying to get a good score in.
Yeah, a little more power maybe. No, he's good. Good
Yeah,
over the line.
wow, that was poetry.
Yeah.
Like if you're looking to just show someone what a Cub can do, even a modern version of it like this, like that's what you show them, right? That like slow and steady wins the race, graceful touchdown. And so as we head into the second heat of the Cub class, I mean, Ron Hanson's going to go put it back in the barn. He's got no one else to compete with him right now, and that's the thing, man. We need more vintage Cub competitors. In the Cub class, Chuck Olmstead currently leading, but he's also the only one who's competed. He's got a score of 417 in that AL18. So that's what he's going to have to hold on to. That last run was his best. He's going to have to hold on tight as Dave Warren, Ryan Melendez, Lee Boyd, and Nick Ardillo come out to play. Folks, we got to talk about our friends at Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, where aviation passion flirts shamelessly with the seduction of coffee roasting. A premier, air-roasted, small-batch, single-origin, specialty-grade, direct trade with a promise of never bitter, always better, bougie coffee. Join this caffeinated joyride and let's elevate your coffee experience to new altitudes, because life's too short for bitter dumpster fire brews. You can use coupon code STOL10 for 10% off your order. They are here on site. Go over there, give them a high five, maybe get a little sample of some coffee.
That's right. Get your bougie coffee on. And tea. It's got tea as well. All right, so before we get started with the rest of the Cub class, we're going to throw it over to Wes and Dan Reynolds in the pits.
All right, what's up, guys? We're here in the pits with the legendary Dan Reynolds, our winner yesterday for Texas STOL, with a combined score of 61 feet?
61 feet.
61 feet combined score. That's his takeoff and landing. This guy can land shorter than most planes are long. Dan, the winds came out of nowhere yesterday, right when you lined up and gave it everything. You just like you willed it. Did you know the winds had picked up immediately?
Yeah, I was watching them. They did a switch on the runway, and when I saw the flag start to move, I thought, oh, man, I'm wishful thinking. But no, I don't have any connection, but it sure appeared that way yesterday because it just gave me everything I wanted.
Yeah, you did really great yesterday, and we know you're going to do great today. Going for that championship, it's got to be a big deal. I know you're excited. What are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling a lot more relaxed today because yesterday I had the pressure on me with, all those new mods coming out with and the planes that are out there and the pilot skill. Everything is just ramped up in the last 3 years on skill sets, plane equipment, and performance-wise. So yeah, I was feeling the pressure yesterday, and today not so much. Yeah, I could lose today, but I'm sitting pretty solid. So maybe I shouldn't feel as relaxed as I am, but today is going to be fun. I'll just go out.
Awesome, Dan. Get out there, get a short score. Let's try to break some records today.
I would love nothing better than the end of season on a world record, but unless this wind changes a whole lot, that's not going to happen today. But I'd love to give it to them as a gift from all they've done for us pilots.
Yeah, I think you could still do it. Go out there and try. Back to you, Ryan and Cam.
I am fingers crossed and toes crossed for that. That would be absolutely cool. Now, the rest of the Cub class is ready to fight. From Mobile, Alabama, race number 6-7 is David Warren.
6-7. David Warren is from Mobile, Alabama. He's got a stock Super Cub, so We're used to seeing it with a belly pod on it, but he did not bring it to play today.
So Dave Warren's going to taxi by here. Next up, from San Diego, California, race 222, a 1954 Piper Super Cub. Give it up for Ryan Melendez.
Ryan Melendez flew all the way from San Diego. He has a nonprofit organization called Warriors with Wings, where he flies kids that have cancer. Their first flight gets them their flight logbook, gets them on their road to becoming aviators.
Next up from Appleton, Tennessee, race number 219, a 2012 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub piloted by none other than Lee Boyd.
This aircraft is named Blue Tranquility. You can see the iridescent paint job on it with the P-51 on the side, shark mouth. It's probably one of the most striking aircraft that we have on the circuit with us at National STOL.
From Dallas, Texas, just down the road, race number 68, a 2014 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub SS. Let's hear it for Nick Ardillo.
Nick Ardillo is a prior KC-135 pilot. Now he flies for Southwest.
Nick, a couple years back at Nashville, Music City STOL, gave me a little ride in that Carbon Cub, and just I have full confidence in him as a pilot now.
All right.
Not that I didn't before, but we had a good time. Tennessee sunset.
Oh, jealous. And here we go, green flag. Dave Warren bringing that tail up on the go. See him pop those flaps and pull that stick back just a little early. It looked like the wind, it was kind of getting him. That little directional control there.
Yeah, a little flippy floppy wingy waggy.
Yeah.
That's the technical term.
Little turny burny.
Ryan Melendez now at the line, uses this aircraft to reach out to kids fighting cancer in his charity Warriors with Wings. Goldie. By the way, he named it that before K-Pop Demon Hunters. Okay. Tail coming up real nice and high. Slam it down. And he's going to retract those flaps.
And for a second, it looked like he was looking at a lot of green for a little bit when that tail came up. Next up, Lee Boyd. You see him reaching for that Johnson bar for those flaps.
I wonder where the wheels came off there.
Yeah, we're at a little disadvantage with this taxiway in front of us, a little higher than the actual field. So race control saying that David Warren's takeoff was ruled a scratch as he had some directional control issues.
Yeah, he left the runway area to the west. They're going to call that a scratch. Nick Ardillo now at the line. Very precise. We've seen a lot of development from him over the last few years, and that was textbook.
Yeah. Literally, this aircraft leapt into the air. All right. And to your left on final, David Warren. Now his takeoff, his run is ruled as a disqualification, but should still land and stop, so he has a number. All right. It looks like he was good over the line from my vantage point, but here's the replay to show us the truth. It does look like it was good, even though his takeoff was ruled as a disqualification.
Dave Warren had the longest takeoff of this heat in this first run. Lee Boyd was the shortest with 109. Ryan Melendez now coming in. Ooh, just held it. I think he was just like, oh, I'm lined up pretty good here. I'm just going to hold it.
Getting it stopped, looked like sub 200.
Oh, that was a gamble, and it paid off for him.
Yeah.
Look at that. So Ryan Melendez is going to rocket up into first place now with a 139-foot takeoff and a 179-foot landing for a combined score of 318. Lee Boyd, now you can already hear the stall warning horn coming out of the cockpit.
That was great over the line. You see it in the replay. Whew, very close.
I don't know if you can get closer than that.
Yeah. Next up, Nick Ardillo. In the plane that Ryan wants to name the Amarillo Armadillo.
I mean, the problem is it's not yellow. The other problem is that Nick just scratched. So we've had a little bit of a bouncing around here, right? Like Lee Boyd now up in front with a combined score of 230. Ryan Melendez at 318. He just got bumped down to third place behind Nick Ardillo. Combined score of, I apologize, it was a scratch. It would have been. Nick Ardillo would have been in second place. So right now, your top three, Lee Boyd, Ryan Melendez, and Chuck Olmstead in that order.
We'll get them reset back up for the second run for the Cub class. Looking at the feather flags, kind of a direct crosswind. So we'll see what David Warren does on his takeoff this time for this crosswind. There we go. Nice and straight down the runway. Looking around the 150 mark or so. As we get Goldie up to the line. Ryan Melendez's aircraft. And here we go, tail up. Man, he looks like he's vacuuming the grass.
He went for it on that one.
Yeah. All right, so David Warren's takeoff was 131.
Big improvement for Dave Warren on that takeoff.
Yeah.
Down from 175.
Lee Boyd. Precision in action. We see that tail come up and stop.
He knows how to get it done. We saw 109, and we haven't been close to the 100-foot range since the Wilderness class.
Yeah, yeah. And Nick Ardillo bringing in the power, bringing that tail up. See the elevator working. And he's really putting on a clinic out here in that Cub Crafters Cub.
I mean, the issue that we've got with him is he's got to get over the line, yeah?
Yep, yep.
So here comes Dave Warren now settling in. A little bit of a higher approach again, taking that approach in. He's going to start bleeding off the airspeed, a little bit of throttle to get him over the line. He's going to ride that thing down onto the gear. Those big fat tires earned their money with a landing like that. By the way, Nick Ardillo, the first competitor in the Cub class to break 100 feet with a 97-foot takeoff. He's coming for him.
Yeah. Next up, Ryan Melendez. Good descent rate. See if we'll get a burst of power. Yeah, just a little bit. Got him over the line.
Ryan Melendez has this thing locked in today, right? Like, he has just been hitting the line. During practice 2 days ago before Lone Star stole, we were practicing here. He did his own unofficial practice on another turf runway in the distance, and he was just for like hours.
Just ripping patterns.
Rip it and stick it.
Yeah.
Here comes Lee Boyd now, low and to the left, settling in. There, you can hear the stall warning going off. Oh, right on the line for Lee Boyd. Did he scratch? Let's go to the replay. And you can see the dirt kind of kicking up in this area. Watch as it goes by.
Yeah.
So that is going to be a scratch for Lee Boyd.
Nick Ardillo modulating the throttle out there.
Oh, I want him over the line. There we go. Good for Nick Ardillo. Now heavy on the brakes, sliding through the grass. Maybe a little bit longer than he wanted on the touchdown.
Yep.
Because he had a 97-foot takeoff. Look at him clearing the line by mere millimeters.
I mean, that shadow is so dark on the line. He's so close.
So right now, we've got one more run to go in the Cub class. Waiting for Nick Ardillo's score number to come in from the judges. He had a 97-foot takeoff, the best of the bunch.
All right.
Waiting with anticipation. 2:15, so that is going to upset the apple cart a little bit. It's going to push Dave Warren down into fourth off the podium, but Lee Boyd and Ryan Melendez continue their battle for first and second place. Right now, Lee Boyd out in front of Ryan Melendez by 36 feet. Here's Dave Warren.
Let's go. Good looking takeoff. Ryan Melendez on the line now for his final lap. And he is off. Judges out there confirming what they've been seeing while Lee Boyd pulls up to the line. All right, Blue Tranquility coming to life. Pulled just a bit too early. So you can see the flaps deployed, pulled back on the stick. All the gear was still touching the ground, tires touching the ground, and then he left off. We'll see what Nick Ardillo does for his next takeoff. There's no wind at all.
Maybe even just a slight knot of a rear quartering tailwind, but that was a very clean, very precise takeoff.
All right, so we got Wes out in the pits. Let's go to him real quick.
All right, next up, we've got the adventure class coming up here shortly. Behind me, I've got Mike Babcock's 2025 Badlands Traveler. It has a 1,000cc snowmobile engine that can reach upwards of 10,000 RPMs. The next class coming up is going to be absolutely wild. Back to y'all.
And just, I think, a little too short for Dave Warren on that one, bouncing, and he's rolling it out. I don't give a lot of advice to STOL pilots, because they are way cooler than me. But that is one thing. Even if you scratch, get on the brakes, because you never know if someone might mistakenly think you scratched, or maybe you think you scratched and you didn't. So always just muscle memory, get it stopped. And he rolled that one out. So that is going to mean that Dave Warren's podium dreams have been destroyed. The next question is, can Ryan Melendez shorten it up against Lee Boyd?
Ooh.
And I don't believe he did there, because he had a scratch on that one.
All righty.
And that is also going to be very dramatic in terms of effect on the season standings. Lee Boyd still out front season-wise. Ryan Melendez and Dave Warren right behind him.
All right. Looking at Lee Boyd right now, bringing Blue Tranquility.
Oh, did he clear the line? No! Did not clear the line. Lee Boyd too short as well. The light and variable wind strikes again. So now he gives up his 99-foot takeoff, his best takeoff of the competition, given up to a scratch. Nick Ardillo now, with the right landing, could take it all.
All right.
And it was good over the line for Nick Ardillo. We're just not
stopped.
getting stopped as short as the others.
Yeah.
And so his score is going to come in, and that is going to complete the 2025. Oh, no. Was that a scratch as well?
Ooh, yeah.
Called a scratch by
no.
touching just the back end of the line there for Nick Ardillo. So we will see how it all ends up in the scores in just a few minutes, but that is going to complete the 2025 Cub and Vintage Cub classes here at National STOL.
Basically, every time I do an install, I go in and I download all of the latest manuals to make sure that everything's interconnected correctly. We don't miss anything. We don't miss any on-off switches, any warning lights.
You said that the most common position for the CEO Guardian's over there on the right side?
Yeah, it would be generally somewhere in this area. And, you know, if you went into the panel, and obviously you can't go into the panel, and with this particular one I showed you the panel, he's basically got a 275, his ELT is going to be here. You've got USB charging port and programming port, which will be tied into these, is going to be here. Then you've got Bose, your two audio jacks here, and this particular prop de-ice one is going to end up in this here. You can build something off of this flange, which you could put the CO Guardian here. You could mount it to the top or the bottom of the glove box. Or if you're going to do a panel mount, you've got the mount holes, and I think there's 7-9 holes that you actually go through the panel, and basically I would cut those.
And folks, welcome back to the National STOL National Championships. We've got the Cub class coming up right now. So we've got the scores are in. These guys look like they're ready to hear some scores. Are y'all ready to hear some scores? I am. Woo! All right, cool. Yes, Lexi said, I am. All right, in third place with a score of 312 feet, Nick Ardillo. And in second place with a combined total of 266 feet, Ryan Melendez. And in first place with a combined total of 230 feet, Lee Boyd. It's been a long season, Lee. You've been all over the country. You've had some aircraft issues leaving the competition. You stayed at my field, but how's it feel to end the season number one?
Well, it feels pretty good, compared to last year when I started doing this, and this year I've seen, some improvement thanks to a lot of these guys around here that's been helpful and giving you a lot of tips. It's worked out, and, I guess I've put something together over last year, and so, or I wouldn't be right here.
There you go, from the man himself, Lee Boyd, your winner for the Cup class. And last but not least, here we go with the vintage class. Come on over here, Mr. Ron. This guy had no competition. He would have had some competition, but his buddy is out here flying drones. But do you know what you scored?
I'm expecting it was something over 700. I'm pretty sure of that.
Man, it was just barely over 700. So with a combined total of 728 feet, Mr. Ron Hansen is the winner of the Vintage Cub class. Do you have any special words for us today?
Absolutely. Glenn Roberts was supposed to be here. He shares this airplane with me. It's a shared ownership thing. We also had a couple other guys that came out earlier in the season that weren't able to make it. This is a hollow victory for me. I mean, thanks for letting me be here and all that, but it's not right not to have Glenn up here. And he's only not participating because he had a little medical issue that made him, have to stay grounded until he gets that sorted out. Glenn, I want you to come up here and be here. You can be first loser here with me.
Thank you, man. You did good out there.
Yeah. So thank you for getting me into this.
Yeah.
And here.
Oh.
Say something about your thing.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, most of the pilots around here know about a month ago I got diagnosed with atrial fibrillation, so I'm dealing with that, going through the steps to get my medical back, and it's been really good. I mean, I guess I'm thankful for National STOL for even having a vintage Cub class so that we have a place to compete. Like, it's been fantastic. So if you've got a vintage plane out there, come compete with us next year. Like, it is so much fun. It is the best way to get involved. We're in a group, and we both fly the same plane, so come out and do it. And, honestly, with my medical, though, I couldn't have done it without this gal right here, Hannah. And I don't know, Sherry gave me this thing yesterday. It is a ring pop, but I think you should do something with that. Get up here. I'm doing. Girl, you've been through a lot with me, and I want you to continue to be with me and be my co-pilot. Will you marry me? I gotta make sure this fits. I gotta make sure this fits.
Oh my God, I can't.
Yeah! She said yes, by the way.
Yeah.
That was awesome. So Ron was the winner in Ron and Glenn's airplane, but I think that Glenn is the true winner today.
Glenn, you definitely took the big win today. Congratulations.
I took home the best prize.
He said he took home the best prize. That's awesome.
Come on, let's get out of here.
And he's going to walk her off the field. All right, so next up, more racing, more STOL action. We'll see you in a little bit.
What a wonderful moment. That is going to go down in National STOL history. Something that's been schemed for the last few weeks, I think, as part of the National STOL family. And really great to see those two moving forward in the next stage of their lives together. Speaking of the next stage, how to transition from that, we're going to head over to the adventure class next. In just a few minutes, we're going to be seeing some really, really big airplanes doing really big airplane things. In the Cup class, let's get you the results. Chuck Olmstead in 5th with a combined score of 417. David Warren not quite able to get on the podium with 345. Nick Ardillo holding his own with 312. Ryan Melendez a little bit longer than I think he wanted to be with 266 and 230. The score that's going to bring Lee Boyd the gold as part of the 2025 Series Finals in the Cup class. He, of course, and the rest of the competitors will find out who is crowned the national champion part of the whole season tonight. Now, the Vintage Cup class, Ron Hansen, he was in on that. His score combined 728 in the Aranca Champ. I just like love, man. I like love. That was fun. Got me all feeling all good over here. Over to the adventure class, where competition, I've been accused of saying it too much this weekend, but it has been absolutely bonkers. You've got Mike Babcock leading the charge. Finally took home a gold after a year of trials and tribulations with this aircraft. He's going to be flying his 2025 Badlands Traveler. That was yesterday as part of Lone Star STOL. Brian Steck's going to be bringing you the 2024 American Legend MOAC. His son, Brennan Steck, flying a 2020 Legend MOAC. Pat McIntyre in the 2025 Badlands Traveler. And Frank Knapp bringing up the rear from all the way up north in Palmer, Alaska, in that 2016 Legend Super Legend. So, a Legend aircraft heavy class. They're going to taxi around for you now. From Cottage Grove, Oregon, race number 8 of 2025 Badlands STOL Aircraft Traveler. Give it up for Mike Babcock.
Mike Babcock is flying that Badlands Traveler heavily modified 998T engine on the front. That's a Yamaha snowmobile engine known for its reliability out in the backcountry with snowmobiles.
A lot of thrust, a lot of power on the front of that airplane. Same with this airplane from Mineola, Texas. Race 513 of 2024 American Legend Aircraft MOAC. Give it up for Brian Steck.
Brian Steck is in his 5th year of competition on the National STOL circuit. We're glad to have him. And that heavily modified American Legend MOAC.
That's an airplane he literally worked with hand in hand, the team here at Legend Aircraft, to make it exactly what he wanted. His old airplane, in quotes, from Mineola, Texas as well. Race 221, a 2020 American Legend Aircraft MOAC. It's Brennan Steck.
Brennan Steck is the son of Brian. Recently became a pilot and now has skyrocketed all the way to the top. He is now flying jets.
Yeah, like 2 months or something like that. He put in a lot of work. From Lincoln, Nebraska, race number 40, a 2025 Badlands Traveler. We're on board with him right now. Say hi to Pat McIntyre.
What's up, Pat McIntyre? His aircraft looks like it's named Slider now. Saw the name on the wingtips there. That is a heavily modified Badlands Traveler, and he is a veterinarian.
And then last but definitely not least, from Palmer, Alaska, the reigning world record holder in STOL, race number 13, flying a 2016 Legend Aircraft Super Legend, Frank Knapp.
All the way from Alaska. He is the man with the plan, the world record holder, Frank Knapp. And looks like Mike Babcock was ready to go.
Yeah, he's like, let's get this party started. In thrust we trust, and he's going to climb up into the air. You can see why I was saying the word bonkers yesterday. It is totally crazy. Babcock fighting mechanical issues all season. So was this guy. Brian Steck climbing into the air in high strung. That airplane also dealing with some engine issues this year.
Had some parts on some boats out there in the middle of the sea that he couldn't get to, but now he is back on the circuit.
His son on the line now, Brennan Steck.
Nice solid takeoff from Brennan Steck.
Now here is Pat McIntyre. Pat McIntyre, with this new plane this year, he switched from the sport class over to the adventure class. Standard in floats, aircraft engine on the front. And look at that. Giving the Legends a little bit of a run for their money, I think.
I would say so for sure.
Had a big conversation with Pat this morning about how some of these guys can run without cowlings because they're water cooled, things like that. He is not. He's classically air cooled, so he's got to have a really well-formed cowl. Here comes Frank Knapp now, just floating it off. Love watching Frank Knapp fly. He's like one of the guys that got me inspired to start looking into STOL when I watched him all those years ago flying Lil Cub. Okay, Mike Babcock now, your first place finisher from Lone Star STOL yesterday. Very high up. Very high up. Whoa,
oh, yeah.
Man. And a little spinny spin as well. That was the definition of chop, plop, and drop from Mike Babcock. There will be a warning issued by race control for the lack of directional control. Whoa.
Yeah, you know, we've seen him do that before and it not end so well for him. So it's great to see it happen how it's supposed to, how he intended.
You got to keep the airplane straight, but whoa.
Oh,
okay, he is out to fight. Brian Steck coming in now in the Legend Moac. High strung. He's holding it off with power as well.
Ooh.
Oh, right on the line. Was it over?
Let's see. Oh.
Watching carefully here. Oh, I saw a little bit right there. Watch right there. All the dirt getting kicked up. So that is going to be called a scratch for Brian Steck. Brennan Steck now coming in right behind him. And he's hanging it out too, like father, like son. Can he get over the line though?
Oh, no.
That's going to be too short for Brennan Steck. Right now, Mike Babcock Setting the tone for the adventure class, up in first with a combined score of 65 plus 83 equals 148. I mean, crazy, right? That was one for TikTok. Now, Pat McIntyre, 75-foot takeoff. He's high alpha, big thrust. Good over the line, and look how short he is going to stop. Almost as short as Mike Babcock without all the dramatics.
Yeah. We got that onboard camera with Pat McIntyre as he taxis off the runway.
So Pat McIntyre just behind Mike Babcock now. A 75-foot takeoff with an 87-foot landing for a combined score of 162. Mike Babcock, the only other one on the board so far, 65-foot takeoff, 83-foot landing for a combined score of 148. Frank Knapp with a 77-foot takeoff to pair with the landing he's about to execute for us. Settling in, holding it off. More high alpha. Oh, good over the line, Frank Knapp. And look at how short that is. That may be the shortest landing of the bunch. Good over the line. Keeping that tail down. Rocking those Behringer brakes, our friends over at Behringer Aero, and almost the shortest landing of the day so far in the adventure class with 85 feet. Mike Babcock's landing coming in just 2 feet shorter at 83. And now, look at this, heading into run 2. Mike Babcock out in front with 148. Pat McIntyre and Frank Knapp tied with 162 feet with 2 runs to go.
That's awesome. Pat throwing up some fist bumps as he's taxiing by the booth here. You can hear Mike Babcock's Yamaha engine just.
This engine, horsepower, we don't know, a lot. Wrenching it into the sky, sub 75 feet for sure. We saw during practice, I mean, this engine is literally like ate itself a number of times throughout the season. We saw it in Nashville. It got turned up a little too high.
Yep.
Tore some parts out inside of it. It was hitting the rev limiter like crazy during practice a couple days ago before Lone Star STOL. They're tuning it all weekend. Here's Brian Steck. Woo! And Brian Steck absolutely making dinosaurs into noise there in the MOAC.
Next up, Brennan Steck. Also in a MOAC.
Getting that tail nice and high there, son. All right.
Right.
Pretty big, crazy thing to see Brennan Steck competing with these pilots right now.
Seriously.
All right. Babcock's takeoff score is in. It's a jaw-dropping 53 feet. Brian Steck down 7 feet to 70 feet. Here goes Pat McIntyre. Going to be a little longer for Pat McIntyre on that one. With 88 feet. It's still silly. It's still silly, but it's longer than the others other than Brennan. Here comes Frank Knapp now, 77-foot takeoff, last run. That right main hung onto the ground a bit longer than the left main. And here comes Mike Babcock. We had a little bit of dramatics on the last landing. He's got to keep it straight. He is high again. He is, okay, settling down a little sooner this time. Holding it off. Good over the line. A little bit of fade to the left.
Yeah.
That thing sounds so crazy.
It sounds so mean.
Watch the compression of those tires. These are experimental aircraft.
Yeah, I want to ask him about his wheels. They just look like automotive wheels.
They are. They're UTV tires, 35-inch UTV tires on the front of that plane.
Okay.
Brian Steck now bringing high strung in. This is really interesting. He cannot see at these high alpha positions, so he's actually looking through the cowling. Good over the line.
Let's
Get it
go.
stopped, Brian. Holding it off.
Ooh.
Wow, textbook there.
Yeah, pop those flaps like in the midst of balancing.
And we're going to the replay, and I'm sad to report, after review, that landing for Brian Steck is a scratch. That's going to be back-to-back scratches for Brian Steck. One more opportunity to get on the board.
Brennan Steck. Short final, high alpha, power introduced, chopping the throttle.
Good over the line for Brennan.
All right, nice and stop. Looks like he was using those flaps to help him stop as well.
Oh, no! Sorry, in the crowd, you can't see what we're reacting to, but Race Control is playing replays of these landings, and we did have another scratch. Brennan Steck with a scratch. Here comes Pat McIntyre, 88-foot takeoff. Burst of power. Was he good enough to get over the line? Lexi doesn't know at this point. Here we go, frame by frame. The story of the...
No!
Another scratch right there! Pat McIntyre landing right on the line. Battlestar Scratch Lactica. What is happening here in the adventure class? It does look like they have maybe a 1-knot right quartering tailwind. That shouldn't be upsetting these pilots that much. It should be pushing them over the line.
Yeah.
Frank Knapp currently in second place.
All right.
Over the taxiway.
There we go, over the line. Nice.
Look at those.
Yeah, I
flaps,
know.
right? Just like hanging, like they go all the way down.
They just look broken.
Yeah,
they're
they're
just
not.
hanging.
But they just go all. They are very effective.
Very.
I think that's probably more drag than lift.
Yes.
Unless it's like doing like VTOL stuff, like directing the wind into the flap and it's going straight down. Wow, it's going to all come down to this third and final run. Mike Babcock in the lead, 53-foot takeoff, 90-foot landing, down to 153. Pat McIntyre and Frank Knapp still tied with a combined score of 162. "19 feet between the tie for second and the first place, Mike Babcock."
All right, here we go.
Dude, what is happening? Adventure class. Always, I said to Brian yesterday, I was like, dude, adventure class has me high strung.
Yeah.
Mike Babcock, full bore. They won't disclose what the horsepower of that engine is, but I would say it's the full stable.
Yes, it is.
we're not hearing any rev limiting today.
No, no.
Question is, where did that left main touch down? It looked like it popped off and then touched down again. Hard to tell from our point of view.
Yep.
We'll see what the number comes in for the judges. Here's Brennansteck now. Also looking to just get on the board. That was a 121-foot takeoff for Brennansteck. Pat McIntyre on the line. Watch the workload in the cockpit here on this onboard camera view. Notice when he has to move up to the flaps. There you go, hand ready on the flaps. Tail high, windscreen full of green, pulling back, popping off the ground.
Yeah. Love that easy transition from his throttle up to the Johnson bar on his left for the flaps.
Frank Knapp did not have what I would call like a standard Frank Knapp performance yesterday. We are seeing his true form, his final form today. Here he goes. That right main hung on a little bit for him as well. Same thing that happened to Brennansteck. So right now as we come around the bend, Mike Babcock, who is on final approach to your left with a takeoff of 55 feet this run. Brennansteck 121, Brennansteck 116, Pat McIntyre with 95, and Frank Knapp score pending 104. Holding it off.
Yeah.
More accurate this time. Still a little brake fade to the left. In that case, they measure from where the right main is, right?
Yes.
Like whatever tire is furthest from the line.
Mm-hmm.
Brennansteck just looking to get on the board. 143, the score to beat. Going to be very hard for Brennansteck to do with that takeoff. It was his longest.
There we go, burst of power.
Getting a safe one in the books. Just getting on the board. Brennansteck up next. Here he comes now, settling in, race 221, and too short for Brennansteck.
No.
So that is going to be the hat trick of scratches for him. Pat McIntyre needs to try to get out in front of Frank Knapp. He's got a 95-foot takeoff. Needs to be below 67 feet. We've seen him do it before. Oh! A scratch for Pat McIntyre. He's going to roll it out. Going to the replay now. Touching down about 3 or 4 feet before the line. Just not enough juice to get him over, which means now there's an opening. Frank Knapp with a 104-foot takeoff. He's going to have to pull out a miracle to get out in front of Pat McIntyre. Needs to be less than 58 feet to break the tie. He's working for it. He's trying to get nice and slow. Boom, down. It is not going to be less than 58 feet, though. So we do have a bit of a situation on our hands there in terms of scoring. Steck on the board in 4th place with 258. Babcock still out on top.
All right, well, once we get those scores in, we're going to the pits now with Wes Campbell and Micah Busnich.
What is up, STOL Nation? We're here in the pits with Michael Busnich. Michael flies in the unlimited class. He flies a Zen Norden. Michael, that plane is probably one of the most stock planes in the unlimited class, but it still performs just as good as some of the highly modified planes. But do you have any plans on modifying that plane even more for the unlimited class?
Yeah, I have a couple ideas. Some more horsepower. You can get about 30, 40 more horsepower out of that 916 yet. A constant speed prop would be helped. So once Mosaic allows that on a light sport aircraft, that's an option. And then maybe some wing extensions, maybe add 1.5 feet on each side just for competition.
And are you going to get all that done before next season?
Most likely, yes. So the big plus about this airplane is its versatility. It is a great cross-country, fast airplane, but it can come here and can really lay it down.
Sounds like Michael's coming back next year with a vengeance. Back to you, Ryan and Cam.
Oh, yeah, we love to see that vengeance. That aircraft is something special for sure. How are you doing over here, Mr. Ryan? I didn't realize.
I'm doing great. I'm chatting with the race control right now to see if we're going to do anything about this tie in adventure class. So I think we need to sort that out, but we'll be headed over to discuss that with the pilots in just a few minutes. But so far, I mean, that was bonkers.
It really was bonkers.
Delivers as requested here in Sulphur Spring, the end of the season. Absolutely just a wonderful thing. So
Theodore's having fun.
Oh, yeah, we have that. That's a thing, too. That
Yeah,
from our
we
friends,
got-
the Holmans, brought us matching skeleton. They're even hanging behind us, if you wondered what that was.
We will never lose these Theodores. We have plenty.
No, we got so many Theodores. So we're just going to hang out here while they figure out what's going on. But so far today, very exciting, Cam. The adventure class did not disappoint. Put the adventure in adventure class. Coming up next, while the race control folks discuss this, coming up next, you're going to switch over to the sport class. That is a fun one from a season's points perspective. Matt Dorsum put in all this work on the East Coast to build up season points. Also won yesterday.
Yeah.
Did not even think he did. Won during Lone Star STOL, and absolutely just huge. I think he's probably still smiling. So we're going to see him compete against Tony Sanchez, Dave Curley, and Eddie Sanchez in his fire-breathing airplane. So that is all coming up soon. And then after that, it's going to be Mike Busnich and Dan Reynolds and that whole gang in the Unlimited class. So we've got a lot more excitement coming. We're going to take a quick break, folks, and we'll be back with more STOL action right after this. Special thanks to our annual sponsors: Legend Aircraft, Clemens Insurance, Behringer Aero, Sarasota Avionics, Lift Aviation USA, Flying Eyes Optics, Red Tag Art, Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot, ICOM Radios, Tundra Tailwheel, Fly Orca.
A special thanks to our local sponsors. Presenting sponsor, Legend Aircraft, the most coveted American manufactured sport aircraft. Nottingham's Sulphur Springs Dodge, offering the best Chrysler, Ram, Jeep, and Dodge vehicles in the area. City National Bank, banking and lending with a team you know and trust. Texas Heritage Bank, large enough to meet your needs, yet small enough to care. ETOS metal roof and wall systems. Strength you can rely on. Steel you can trust. Powerlift hydraulic doors of Texas. Unparalleled functionality, visually striking features, and remarkable durability. First National Bank of East Texas. Here to help every step of the way. Thrust Flight, training students to be safe, confident, and disciplined aviators. Grocery Supply Company, impacting lives through exceptional service.
And welcome back to Sulphur Springs, Texas, folks. We're here in the middle of the adventure class. I was just saying that you guys always make my life a little exciting, a little difficult. They put the adventure in adventure class. Round of applause for these pilots. We've got some results for you, but I don't regret. I'm excited to inform you that the flying in the adventure class is not over. In first place, that's been decided. Our friend Mike Babcock over here with a combined score of 143. Big round of applause for him. Yeah, you got to flip it over, make sure it's right. But we do have a bit of a problem, and that is that Pat McIntyre and Frank Knapp have tied with a combined score of 162. So they have agreed to a fly-off to see who wins second and third place right now. So we're going to take a quick break. They're going to fire up and go duke it out in the skies. No pressure. No pressure. Real quick, you guys go get ready for that. Mike Babcock, two victories in 2 days, feeling dialed in.
Yowzer. It's been a long road, and we're here. It all came together on the last day. Pretty cool.
Very excited for you. What are we going to see next season from you and the team?
Well, we're talking to Aero Endeavors about that now. More mods, more cool stuff, faster airplane.
Just keep turning it up.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Let's get to the fly-off to see second and third place. Are you rooting for anyone back there?
I think I'll go for the Traveler.
Oh, he's rooting for Pat. Same plane, same one team, one dream on the planes. All right, hang tight, folks. We'll be right back with more Adventure Class right after this. And how exciting is that? The adventure class continues here at the 2025 National STOL Finals here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. Very excited for Mike Babcock, by the way. Don't want to overshadow what he accomplished in first place. Now we need to decide second and third place between Pat McIntyre and Frank Knapp.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. I have no expectations right now.
It could go either way. You heard Mike Babcock say he's going to root for Pat McIntyre because he's got the same model airplane for him.
Yep.
We also have Frank Knapp, though. Legend of legends. So where do you put your money right now?
Right?
From an aircraft perspective, they're pretty tightly similar in terms of airplane to airplane, right? We've got different wings, obviously, but we're pretty close in horsepower. Frank's plane, maybe true to his style, is a bit lighter than Pat's. Pat's also has bigger tires. If you're keeping score. So here he is now on the roll. Oh, I'm excited.
Oh, yeah. You know when someone rolls up in an airplane with a tail wheel that is that tiny as Frank's, you know they mean business. They know what's going on.
They are here to compete. Okay, Frank Knapp now on the line.
And here he goes, tail up, showing you that tiny, tiny tail wheel.
That was incredible by Frank Knapp as well. No scores in yet either on the spreadsheet for us in the booth. They're keeping it tight-lipped here.
Keeping it tight to the chest. Out there, Mrs. Brown Dog holding the scorekeeping iPad.
Pat McIntyre to your left, coming in. Turning base to final. Still no score in the sheet for him on takeoff. Looks like it's under video review right now, watching the blue-vested judges. Settling in, holding it off. Very high alpha, holding it off.
Woo!
Was it good over the line? He's heavy on the brakes, getting it stopped aggressively. Pat McIntyre, everybody.
Oh, let's see. Let's look at the replay. Oh, no.
So we have a scratch right there on the line for Pat McIntyre by 2 inches, 3.
All right, Frank Knapp on approach.
Here comes Frank Knapp. Hold it off. Good over the line. Frank Knapp gave up a lot.
Yeah, 50 feet or so.
All right. We will be back in a minute. Where's Pat McIntyre going? They're going to the pits. They're going to the pits. They're going to keep on to the pits. So that means then, friends, that Frank Knapp will take second place with a combined score of 210 on that last run, and Pat McIntyre in third with a scratch. So they're going to continue on to the pits. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Frank for doing that fly-off for us. So in 4th place, there you go, Cam. Brian Steck.
With a combined total of 258 feet. 3rd place, Patrick McIntyre with a combined total of 162 feet. 2nd place, Frank Knapp with the score of 162 feet. And in 1st place, with a score of 143 feet, Mike Babcock. All right, now we're going to roll into our sport class lineup. Race number 95, Matt Dorsum in the 95 Kit Fox 4 from Lancaster, Kansas. Number 75, Tony Sanchez in the 2014 Just Super STOL from Montgomery, Texas. Number 11, David Curley in the 2017 Just Highlander from Spicewood, Texas. And number 48, Eddie Sanchez in the 2023 Just Highlander XL from Willis, Texas.
So the sport class today definitely it's gonna be a tight competition here. We've got a lot of planes doing a lot of cool plane things. And the first one to talk about is this one right here from Lancaster, Kansas, 1995 Kit Fox 4. Race number 95. Give it up for Matt Dorsum.
Matt Dorsum is a heavy machine operator out of Lancaster, Kansas. On the East Coast competitions, it was the furthest east he had been outside of Kansas.
And won the Lone Star STOL competition yesterday.
Can't forget that, yeah.
By 1 foot.
Against Eddie Sanchez, for sure.
Next up from Montgomery, Texas, race number 75, a 2014 Just Aircraft Super STOL. Let's give it up for Tony Sanchez.
Tony Sanchez's aircraft is named, God bless, John Wayne. It is in the colors, as you can see on the tail, the copper colors from the old school Southwest colors, which is also where he is a captain flying professionally.
Next up from Spicewood, Texas, race number 11. It's a 2016 Just Aircraft Highlander. Let's hear it for David Curley.
David Curley's aircraft is named Grasshopper. He's got a supercharged Rotax 912 that is fuel injected, brought in by Edge Performance.
From Willis, Texas, race number 48, a 2023 Just Aircraft Highlander, Eddie Sanchez.
Eddie's a 777 captain for United. The aircraft is named Devil Girl 2. The plane is for sale, in case you like what you see.
A lot of airplanes for sale this weekend.
Yeah.
It's like the end of the season and everything is up for grabs where people decide to build new airplanes. So we've got the sport class here getting ready to go. While we do that, folks, I want to make sure you go over to our friend Anitra Goddard. She's the STOL queen. She's on site here with the Sun and Fun. It's like a van, Sun and Fun van. I forget the name. It's like a cool
fun van.
The Sun and Fun van.
Yes.
So the folks at Sun and Fun provided all the measuring equipment that you see here today after the trailer fire. So big thanks to them for that. We really appreciate Anitra's support and the rest of the Sun and Fun team. The other thing you got to know is you can actually go over, look for that Sun and Fun van, go say hi to Anitra. You can actually win a pair of weekly tickets to Sun and Fun in 2026. So you've got a little bit of time still to go over there, talk to Anitra, and see if you can win those tickets for Sun and Fun, which is one of the largest air shows of the year.
Yeah.
It's a great time.
It is. Yeah, it is the largest air show at the beginning of the year for sure, and then you get geared up to go to Oshkosh afterwards. Here we go. Mad Dog on the go.
Whoa, there we go. Sometimes a victory the day before can mean a little bit more confidence at the stick the next day. Well done by Matt Dorsum.
We are seeing an increase in takeoff performance from Matt Dorsum compared to the beginning of the season or the middle of the season even. So This is really cool to see those short numbers coming in with his name attached to them. Next up, Tony Sanchez in the Just Super STOL. If you get a chance, check out the slats on that aircraft. They move horizontally along the leading edge of the wing.
Ooh, well met,
yeah.
fair traveler. That was a good one. I don't know where that came from. Been playing too many RPGs. All right, next up, Dave Curley coming up to the line in Grasshopper, race number 11.
See those Behringer wheels on that aircraft and the Tundra tail wheel in the back. There he goes.
Dave Curley currently 3rd place in the season standings. Yeah, we've got a dogfight. This guy right here, Eddie Sanchez, is on Matt Dorsam's 6. Coming after him right now, Matt Dorsam in the lead in the Sport Class season standings with 145 points. Eddie Sanchez next, closest with 118.
Here we go, that tail coming up on Devil Girl 2.
And that is how you keep yourself in the fight. Eddie Sanchez with a beautiful takeoff there. Let's watch it again in slow motion. Floating off. Here comes Matt Dorsam. 71-foot takeoff. Little burst of power to get him over the line, maybe 25 feet beyond the line. Now heavy on the brakes. These airplanes are a lot lighter than the airplanes you just saw fly in the adventure class.
See what that landing is going to be paired with. That 71-foot takeoff for Matt Dorsam paired with a 149-foot landing.
So 220, the score to beat now, set by Matt Dorsam. Tony Sanchez hanging it all out.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like, I don't know if this is totally accurate, but the Sanchez brothers, Tony and Eddie, I feel like they were some of the pioneers of like that super high alpha approach. I used to always joke about Tony Sanchez like wanting us to like scratch the belly of his airplane. And then Eddie Sanchez, of course, kind of famous for like the 75-foot Sanchez tail drag.
Yeah, yeah.
Just dragging it down the line. We've seen him do that, and other pilots start to do that as well. Tony Sanchez currently in 2nd place with a combined score of 238.
David Curley bringing the Grasshopper in, giving you a good view of that bump on the cowl for a supercharger. Ooh!
So all that thrust gave him a little bit of a balloon. Now he's going to get on those brakes and keep the tail down. You saw him right on the edge as he got it stopped.
On the edge of performance.
Well done. Here comes Eddie Sanchez now to your left. Want to make sure we mention our friends over at Behringer Brakes. Behringer Aero has been manufacturing wheels and brakes since 2002. Everything from the experimental aircraft you see here today all the way up to the Pilatus PC-6. Say that 5 times fast. Eddie Sanchez!
Ooh.
Whoa! I'm waiting for Lexi to make a move. She's just sitting there. I don't know. She's standing up now. I don't know.
Let's see this replay.
All right. The right main touching down.
Dang.
A little early, so that is going to be a scratch for Eddie Sanchez on that one. Dave Curley's numbers in as well now. It is tight, friends. Matt Dorsam currently in first place with 220 combined. Second place over to Dave Curley with 234, and just 4 feet behind him at 238, Tony Sanchez. Eddie Sanchez not on the board yet due to that scratch. Talking to Tony this morning and last night, he was just like, I just mostly want to mess my brother up. Whatever I can do to mess him up. And I was like, yeah, you sound like my brothers, man. Just want to make it more difficult for Eddie.
That's what builds character.
Matt Dorsum waiting in the wings.
Woo-hoo.
Bit of a aggressive climb out there, but he got the nose down pretty quick. He's pulling back so hard. Trying to get that airplane off the ground. Here is Tony Sanchez. 88-foot takeoff, by the way, for Matt Dorsum on that one.
Wow. From the air bosses to release Matt Dorsum, or not Matt Dorsum, he just took off.
Tony Sanchez.
See him in the cockpit pulling hard. Plane was not quite ready to fly. He got it off the ground.
So in terms of performance, Matt Dorsum and Tony Sanchez is playing pretty close. Different engines, but still both making about 160 horsepower.
Okay.
Empty weight's pretty close. A little bit heavier on Tony Sanchez's side by 52 pounds. Here's Dave Curley now. He's lighter than the others, 150 horsepower. And he was trying to mow the lawn with the grasshopper there. Eddie Sanchez now with 110 horsepower more than any other competitor in this class.
There he goes, bringing that tail up.
I don't know if that was as short as his previous takeoff. His previous takeoff was 68 feet. Everyone so far has been longer, at least by a few feet this run.
Waiting for that number to come in.
72, so 4 feet longer for him.
As Matt Dorsum is on final. Matt Dorsum with the 88-foot takeoff. Burst of power.
Yeah, burst of power to get him over the line. That's got a lot of speed. Now he's got to dissipate. Going to be rolling out, I think, a little bit longer than his last one.
I think so.
And he was a little bit longer on the takeoff as well. So that, I think that second run not going to be an improvement for him. Over to Tony Sanchez.
Ooh.
Definitely working it there.
Yeah.
238, his personal best so far on the first run. Good enough for third place.
So Matt Dorsum's landing was the exact same as his first, 149 on that landing.
Look at the gear. Sorry to interrupt. Look at the gear compression on Tony Sanchez's airplane. That is what the Just aircraft is all about. These kind of signature gear. You can see why Dave Curley called it Grasshopper as it flies in now.
Dangly gear. Ooh, yeah.
She's calling it good at the line there. Well stopped by Dave Curley. Oh, and I think he did make it. Yep, look at the gap right here. Touching down right about there.
Yeah. Excellent.
Okay, that is good for Dave Curley, and that's going to be good enough to upset the podium standings currently on this second run. He is now in first place with a combined score of 209. Here comes Eddie, using those extra 100 horsies. Ooh, I think he's good over the line. Thumbs up from Lexi, and look at how short he got that thing stopped. We may see another shuffle through the standings. While that score comes in, let's head over to the pits. Wes Campbell's going to talk to us about the unlimited class.
All right, we're here with the unlimited class getting staged and ready to go. This is going to be the big one. These guys are going to be the shortest takeoff and landings you will ever see. Is going to happen right here at the Lone Star Nationals. Cam, Ryan, who do you think is going to take it today in the unlimited class?
I think we're thinking based on yesterday. It's one of those two on screen with you right now. You either got Dan Reynolds or Justin Metters.
I've seen Dan win a lot this year.
I'm thinking about the upset. I'm thinking about the upset. I want to see Jared get out there and take it all today.
Ooh.
Okay, rooting for the underdog. Over into the sport class now. Matt Dorson has been pushed down into third place, which is exactly what Eddie Sanchez needs in terms of season standings. He needs Matt Dorson to fall off the podium to help make the math in the season standings work.
Yeah.
But Matt is answering with a 67-foot takeoff. It didn't even look that dramatic. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast, right?
Yes.
So that is going to be a fun one to see him seal up at the end of this run. Tony Sanchez on the line waiting for the air bosses to let him go. Just trying to be an agent of chaos.
Here we go. See that power introduction. And you can see Tony in the cockpit working. Ooh.
I'm guessing Wes Campbell is just rooting for Tony Sanchez this whole time. He's always rooting for the underdog. We haven't seen as much of Tony Sanchez this year as previous years. Here comes David Curley. He's also still hot on the tail of the top three.
Next up, Eddie Sanchez. Currently standing pretty in first place. Go Devil Girls roaring to life.
Whoa,
oh, man.
Huge vertical there. Eddie Sanchez is looking to seal the deal here.
Man.
So he's going around the pattern now. We've got some scores that need to come in. By the way, folks, I was talking about the fan van, the Sun and Fun fan van. If you use coupon code FANVAN, no spaces, you get 15% off your admission for 2026 Sun Fun as well. So thanks to Anitra and the rest of the Sun and Fun team for that. Matt Dorsum, good over the line. Okay. Oh, we're getting tight here.
Yeah.
So Matt Dorsum, 67-foot takeoff. Here we go, frame by frame. Accuracy matters. Good over the line. Touches down about 2 feet beyond it. Now heavy on the brakes, keeping that tail down low, that stick full back in his lap. All the downforce he can muster. Here comes Tony Sanchez. He's going to yeet it over the line. Held it off with power as well. Stopping nice and short. So, we are seeing a shift around in the standings. David Curley. Grass hopping it. He's going to settle in. He's just taking his time. Very stable. Needs to stay competitive here.
Yeah, just a hair of wind right now.
Ooh, look at heavy on the brakes. Yeah. I don't want to call that near disastrous for him, but that was an excellent landing. He committed to the braking action. He had a 94-foot takeoff and an 85-foot landing. That is one of the shortest landings. Is it the shortest? That is the shortest landing of the sport class today.
Heck yeah. That's awesome.
Eddie Sanchez, 63-foot takeoff. Good over the line. He's also committing to braking. He saw, you know, he saw what Dave Curley did. And he's like, I need a number that short as well. It's not just about competing, it's also about competing against yourself. You definitely see that with these pilots. And look at him up on the mains there. And they are going to taxi back. We will be back, friends, in just a few minutes with the conclusion of the sport class. And after that, it's time for things to get unlimited.
Ooh.
Connect with pilots worldwide. Watch your flights unfold with accurate terrain, scenery, altitude, ground speed, time, and flight path. Improving your wind situational awareness by reviewing your flight path with wind data. Invite friends to join you. Debriefing with peers is a blast. Balance striving with fun, never wasting a chance to document bragging rights or continue to improve by connecting with pilots and instructors who inspire you. Just tap the record.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. So, and then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now. So.
Welcome back, folks, to... They're all trying to figure out what's on this phone right now. Welcome back to Lone Star STOL 2025. No, not Lone Star. That was yesterday. I don't even know what day it is. You guys are so good at performing in these airplanes. We're at the national finals of National STOL 2025. Whoa, maybe I need a drink of water. That was exciting. Hey, that was pretty cool. This is the sport class. Let's give them a round of applause, folks. This, again, the top 3 scores, same as yesterday. That's why I got confused. 23 feet separating the top 3 scores. We said, Eric was just saying to you guys, this is a really tight class, and it continues to be that so. Here we go. In third place with 179 feet combined, Dave Curley. In second place with a combined score of 167 feet, Matt Dorsum. And with a combined score of 156 feet, Eddie Sanchez. Eddie, come on over. You got the victory in the books. I wanted to ask you about something really important, though, because I talked to your brother, and I said, what's your plan for tomorrow? He said, just to try to be an agent of chaos and ruin your runs. Do you have anything you want to say to him about that?
Well, I just gave him some advice yesterday trying to help him out. He's been sabotaging me from behind the books, but it's fine. It's because he knows he can't beat me, so I can sleep well at night. He can say whatever he wants.
Congratulations on the first place. You had actually pretty close calls there getting onto the scoreboard, up onto the podium. That last run, though, really sealed the deal. How'd it feel?
I felt it the last run. I knew I did okay on that second run and scratched on the first, so I felt like I still wanted to go for it, and it turned out the best run out of all 3. So that's happened to me a lot this season. I've seen to come in on that last one and do well, and do maybe an upset for Curly or Matt or whoever, but it's always fun, and I love competing in this class with these scores being so tight. I mean, if you're not nervous and excited for who's going to win, that's just it. So we have a good time.
Dude, it has been a great time. Let's hear it again for the sport class. Eddie Sanchez and the rest of them. We'll be back with the unlimited class, the dramatic conclusion, right after this.
We've had it in all of our airplanes. Ever since we started with the Piper Saratoga in the early 2000s. We did the pulse oximeter and CO detector in there. We've upgraded to there. Now we have a Cessna 340 that I actually was talking to him in Germany last year, and he was like, oh, you got to put the cabin altitude thing in the plane. I said, well, send it to me. So we put it in there, and it actually is really nice. This aircraft flies above 18,000, 10,000 feet, so up to 23,000 feet. The other day, the cabin altitude light comes on the manufacturer's panel, and boom, the CO Guardian comes on and says, all right, you're above 10,000, your cabin altitude is above 10,000 feet. So watch out. So it's kind of nice to have that redundancy in the plane. So for a pressurized aircraft, that is so important for me. I get that oxygen mask ready, make sure my oxygen is good.
What's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks? Welcome to Lone Star STOL here in beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's Luke Spore, everybody, 2019 American Legend Aircraft MOAC. A round of applause for Chuck Olmstead. In the gray and orange MOAC, Brian Shirley, everybody. Give a round of applause for Brian Steck. waiting for. That's right, the beast mode Kovac, Colin Kaniva.
Frank Knapp showing that he deserves to belong here. Whoa, that was legendary.
And welcome back to National STOL National Championships for 2025. Just concluded the sport class, which wasn't too sporty, but it was awesome.
I don't know what you're talking about. Wasn't too sporty. We only had 23 feet between all three of them.
I'm at the flying.
The top.
I'm at the flying, but as far as like sporty weather, it wasn't bad, but it was a bad cube. All right.
I love that class. I've loved that class since the beginning, and it's always so competitive.
Absolutely. So the end of the sport class, we've got Tony Sanchez in 4th place with a combined total of 235 feet. David Curley in 3rd place with 179 feet. 2nd place, Matt Dorsum, 167 feet. And in 1st place, Eddie Sanchez with a combined total of 156 feet.
What a show they put on. And if you're looking for a show, this next class, it's the one you've been waiting for. It's time for the Unlimited class. You're going to see Justin Metters flying in a 2016 Just Super STOL, Mike Busnitz in that 2024's Lynn Norden, Jerry Gerritsen over in that 2025 Badlands Traveler, and Dan Reynolds in a 1983 Chinook Valdez Special. You know, I'm only a little bit older than that airplane. That airplane's been doing cool stuff the whole time I've been alive. So, sorry, I just dated myself there. Here we go from Mineral Wells, Texas, everybody. Race number 34, a 2016 Just Aircraft Super STOL flown by Justin Metters.
You might know Justin Metters' name from the Formula One racing at Reno and Roswell. He has been a past champion for Reno. Glad to have him here.
Yeah, check him out at Limitless Air Racing. From what I hear to that, airplanes for sale. Speaking of airplanes for sale, this one is 2 from Whitewater, Kansas. Race number 232, a 2024's Lynn Norden. Let's hear it for Mike Busnitz.
Mike Busnitz is the new North American distributor for the Zlin aircraft. You've seen the Zlin Norden. They make a series of different aircraft. You can talk to him about either buying this aircraft or some more Zlins.
Next up from Manhattan, Kansas, race number 603, 2025 Badlands Traveler. Let's hear it for Jared Gerritsen.
Jared Gerritsen flying a borrowed aircraft. We saw him earlier flying another borrowed aircraft. That is his theme. Basically, if he can fit in it, he'll fly it.
And the grand champion of Lone Star STOL yesterday. Let's hear it for Dan Reynolds, flying that 1983 Chinook Valdez Special.
Not only is he the National STOL Grand Champion, but he is also Valdez Champion. Very, very well. Very, very long pedigree of different airplanes and Alaskan flying.
That guy's got some stories. Seen some stuff.
Yeah.
Flown some planes. All right, we're getting ready for the unlimited class. This class is the run what you brung, anything goes class. You don't have to fly here. I can think of a couple planes I wouldn't mind seeing fly in this class, though.
Yeah.
You're going to start to see some numbers. You're going to be like, wait a minute. Maybe a certain blue plane would fit in here well.
Yes.
I'm just going to gently suggest
Just
that.
kind of like nudge that along.
Nudge that in there.
Nice.
All right, here comes our friend Justin Metters. Dropped those flaps. Full power range mode. And that was almost a sub 50-foot takeoff. That is what Unlimited is all about. Now, something completely different, Cam.
Absolutely. This is Lynn Norden with a Rotax 916 on the front.
And this is how it comes from the factory, too, which is interesting. A lot of these planes in this class are very modified.
Yeah, this is stock.
Mike's just like, I'm going to run this one. Big old double slotted flaps helping push him up into the air. Oh, geez. I've been trying not to say it today because I said it too much yesterday, but it is a bonkers. It's all happening right now. Here's Jared Garrettson flying Pat McIntyre's plane.
Doing the borrowing planes thing. He's going to fly. There's no wheel pants on the airplane. He's going to fly him off anyways.
What did we just see?
Magic.
Maybe. A little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Speaking of magic, friends, may I invite you to the
to the table.
To the Church of the Chinook. Watch what Dan can do in this thing.
Ooh.
Just maybe even sub 50 feet on that one. Justin Metters was off at 46 feet. Dan Reynolds giving it all the juice. Yeah, it looks like right around the 50-foot mark. They're calling it 46 feet. So Justin Metters and Dan Reynolds off in the same distance. And I said it. I think if anyone has a chance today, really, of upsetting the apple cart with Dan Reynolds, it is Justin Metters. Jared Garrettson, dark horse. He's done it before. Could do it again. But Justin Metters, here he comes in now. Low and to your left. He's got so much power on tap. Rocking that Sidewinder engine.
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
Too short for Justin Metters. So that will be a scratch. 46-foot takeoff thrown away with the scratch. Mike Busenitz next on approach. While he comes down the bend, I want to talk about our friends at iFly EFB, the most complete EFB app for Android and iOS and Windows that has all the advanced features pilots want and the most intuitive flight planning and navigation solution on the market, bringing together the perfect balance and real-world flight experience. You can fly your freedom. It's different up here. Check out iFly EFB. Mike Busenitz now.
Ooh.
Oh, I think we may have another scratch. Definitely looked like it touched down just before the line there. Scratch for Mike Busenitz. Okay, so now's where things get a little interesting. If everyone's dropping scratches, you leave a big opening for someone like this. Look at the way Jared flies. You saw a teaser of it. That is slow. That is insanely slow. How does he even see? We don't know. Good over the line.
Look at it hopping. Yeah.
Oh, Jared. He went to Jared.
Oh, man.
What? Did Glenn go to Jared? Maybe Glenn went to Jared. So Jared Garrettson on the board with a combined score of 134. Look at this insanity on the replay. Exactly what you want to do, right? You can touch that tail wheel down before the line. A little bit of lever action, forcing those mains down. Now, literally the opposite side. Just pulsing the motor. Oh, accurate. Right up on the wheels there. He cannot hit the nose, by the way. He cannot lawn dart it in, as he's been known to do. Look at that. I don't know if it gets much more accurate than that. Only about a foot beyond the line. Dan Reynolds just set the bar super high, or should I say, super low. The combined score of 98 feet. Cam, tell me, man, how you feeling?
My mind is blown because it's completely bonkers.
Oh.
98 feet. I don't even know what to say right now.
Yeah, we're back to that sub-100-foot place, and we don't have wind, right? I believe we had... Oh, cool, a gyro thing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Playing Sky Cards, you can catch that.
No one's got time for Sky Cards right now. We got to stay focused. I'm just zipping through here, checking our scores from the day. I believe this is the first time we've been sub 100 feet combined with Dan Reynolds. Justin Metters can still do it, though. That may be another
sub 50. You're pointing, looking like 46, 47.
That left main was on a little bit longer than the right. 45 foot. That is now the shortest takeoff of the day. Here's Mike Busenitz. Very clean. He dropped a sub 100-foot takeoff on his first run. Would have been a 96-foot landing had he not scratched. Here's Jared Garrettson currently holding on to second place with 134. That was perfectly timed.
I think it was.
Dan Reynolds moseying up to the line. Smooth like maple syrup. That's a Canada joke. That's because he's from Canada. They have that up there.
Oh, yeah.
Dude.
They're pointing not below 50.
While we continue our fun here in the Unlimited class, I just want to say thank you again to our friends at Legend Aircraft who have hosted us all weekend. What a weekend it has been, and they're going to continue to host us tonight as we reveal the end of the math of the season champions for 2025. They are America's most coveted manufactured sport aircraft, an absolute modern legend that combines the best from the past with an obtainable wish list of modern enhancements. Check them out, legend.aero. Justin Metters hanging it out, not enough again. That tail hit down, and I think if you're going to do that tail drag thing, it's got to be a little more gentle. He hit it a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
Not enough thrust to bring him back from that. Going to plop him down. That's a technical term. Look at that. I mean, beautiful. Watching the way the gear compress. He's got that thing totally figured out, but just a little too short. Over to Mike Busenitz, Cam.
Looking good on final, keeping it low. Just a friendly reminder, this aircraft is completely stock. It is as you would buy it with no frills. Ooh, good over the line. Looks like it was sub 100 feet on that landing.
And that was close to the line, very like a foot beyond it.
Yeah.
We're getting highly accurate. And again, I want to point out, no wind right now. That has been maybe the unspoken story of the day. We've gotten a little used to it after yesterday. Just winds calm almost all day. Again, we had that little front come through this morning. We had a little bit of wind for those pilots to work with, but right now, unlimited class kind of living up to what they normally get, which is nothing. No help at all. Look at Jared hanging it out. That is insane. I bet his ground speed is 20 miles an hour.
Yeah. Modulating that throttle to keep the nose up. It's only on power.
Oh,
Ooh.
Jared Garrettson. Famously, a few years ago, I used the phrase, "What is physics? What is even happening?" And I think it's a good time to bring that phrase out again. Look at this, though.
Ooh.
Are they going to call it a scratch? They did call it a scratch. That hurts. That hurts me. Left main tire touching down on the line. Now, Dan Reynolds.
Modulating that throttle. Bringing the nose down.
Oh. Dan wants to finish the season out with a bang.
You can see him shrugging his shoulders to the judges.
He's like, I don't know. Sorry. He's never going to forgive me for that. Maple syrup joke, sorry joke.
Yep.
We're never going to be friends again. Look at that. A little bit longer that time. So 98 feet for him is still going to be the score to beat. Jared Garrettson's scratch not impacting his score either. It was not his shortest one. First run for him was still the shortest with 134. Mike Busenitz now in third place with 181 feet combined on his second run. Justin Metters, we haven't seen what this guy can do. He's got these insanely short takeoffs and just 2 scratches. Look, he's lowering down. He's
squatting it.
Crouching tiger mode.
Dan Reynolds rowing the canoe as he's passing the booth.
The final lap of the Unlimited class starts now. Oh, man, it leapt off again.
Yeah.
You can really see on the climb out where the Reno champion
Oh, yeah.
comes in with this guy. Mike Busenitz. Getting that Rotax 916 all fired up. Looking forward to seeing that number. Here's Jared Garrettson, who's trying to break the space-time continuum with the way he's flying that airplane. Not giving up. That was his shortest takeoff on the second run, but not his shortest landing. Let's watch that one again.
Ooh.
Yeah, those mains just popping off before the tail even hits the ground. That is cool when they do that. Here's Dan Reynolds. 98 feet. Currently holding first place. I think we had another sub 50 from Dan Reynolds.
Yeah, but the last one was 45 for Justin. This is looking like a 46 or 7.
Shorter than an F-14 Tomcat. I got to get in at least once a broadcast. 50 feet nose to tail, right? It's very easy to calculate STOL performance in F-14 Tomcats, because that's what Americans do. We measure things in weird units. All right. Tomcats, washing machines. We want to talk about our friends at Tundra Tailwheel real quick, because they, of course, need mentioning for the support we've gotten from them. You saw them on Mike Babcock's playing the back end there. You can conquer your tailwheel shimmy. Upgrade your aircraft today at tundratailwheel.com. Here comes Justin Metters.
A little burst power.
Good over the line. There we go, Justin. Yeehaw. Okay. We got one in the books.
He's also rocking a Tundra tailwheel himself.
Yeah. Countless champions.
All right, Michael Busenitz with the Zlin Norden. No wind. Just gonna bring that nose up, introduce a little more power.
Oh,
no!
Not gonna be enough. It was like, I can also do the high alpha thing, but I think he was just not enough power early enough to do it. I mean, that airplane, a little bit less on the horsepower, but not much than, for instance, what we're going to see with Jared Garrettson here in a second. That airplane, a Rotax 916 IS, 160 horsepower, so a little bit less than an IO 360. But that, and his airplane's actually lighter, so I don't think we've seen the end of what Busenitz can do on the circuit.
Yeah.
Here comes Jared Garrettson now. I think he's going to try to go, if he comes higher here, he's going to try to go more vertically into the ground. Let's see if I'm right. No, just going for standard approach. Heavy on the brakes. Look at that, sub 75 feet, I think. The urge to say bonkers is rising. Watching that replay.
That was great. Now, Dan Reynolds.
Once again, I think it's safe to say at this point with the victory lap, but what will Dan Reynolds do? What is his ground speed right now? Could you walk faster? than what's happening right now.
It almost looks like it. Just floating like a maple leaf.
That's 3 for 3.
Oh, I got another one. It ain't nothing but gravy for him.
Hold it off. Oh, was it good over the line? Lexi's not sure, but that is absolute insanity. Sub 50 feet for sure. We're under review in the booth. Oh, it was good. It was 100% good for Dan Reynolds there. No line violation. That is going to decrease his score to an even more jaw-dropping number here at the finals for National STOL 2025. We are going to take a quick break and be back with the Unlimited class here in Sulphur Springs. Special thanks to our annual sponsors: Legend Aircraft, Clemens Insurance, Behringer Aero, Sarasota Avionics, Lift Aviation USA, Flying Eyes Optics, Red Tag Art, Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot, ICOM Radios, Tundra Tailwheel, Fly Orca. And welcome back, folks, to Sulphur Springs, Texas for the wrap-up of the Unlimited class here as part of the National STOL 2025 Finals. We see some celebration happening over here in the Unlimited class. What a show you guys put on. Holy moly. All right, here we go. First, I got to tell you, between third and second place, you were divided by 2 feet. You couldn't hear this. I'm just going to repeat that. Lexi, the line just said, "Oh, that's so dumb." Yes, absolutely. It was bonkers. Was it bonkers? Maybe. All right, here we go. In third place with a combined score of 136 feet, Justin Metters. In second place with a combined score of 134 feet, give it up for Jared Garrettson. And with a jaw-dropping combined score of 81 feet, let's hear it for Dan Reynolds. Dan, come on over here, buddy. What did you just tell everyone what you just said about the performance you had out there today?
Yeah, that was with like no wind in my favor, so I'm pretty proud of that little bird today, but I was not behind it like I was yesterday. Today it was like the second landing. I don't know what happened there. Sorry, folks. It's been a great season. Thanks for coming out. It's been quite a run. This might be my last full season, but I've enjoyed every moment of it, and I hope to be back, but not as often as this. I just can't do it. So, but I hope I inspired people. Get out here, follow in our footsteps, please.
Yeah, get out here. You've inspired me. It's been great, and we'll start a petition to get you here at every event next year. We'll figure out how we can do it.
Well, that'd be too kind, but it's time-wise too. It's not just about money here for me. So, but yeah, I'll make what I can, but it's going to slow down.
Well, I'm going to miss you around all the events, but what a great job by Dan Reynolds here, folks. Big round of applause for him. Tonight, folks, you got to come see how this all ends up. 7:15 p.m. online, Facebook and YouTube. We're going to be broadcasting the crowning of the national champions, 7:15 p.m. Central Time. Be sure to join us then. I got to say thank you to so many people. It has been an absolutely incredible season. A big thanks to all the volunteers, all of the fans at home, worldwide, and here in Sulphur Springs and every other city we visited. A big thanks to Tom Wolf, Eric Farewell, and Karen Flannery for bringing us all on to be part of this. And, of course, Cam Walton, my friend on the mic. It has been an absolutely incredible year. We will see you at 7:15 p.m. tonight to see who the champions are, and we'll see you next year at an airport near you.